Hey there. Tonight's story begins after the war ends, after the heroes sail home, after the city falls, and after the glory fades. Because for the victors of Troy, peace was never promised. What followed was betrayal, heartbreak, monsters, storms, and curses that would echo for generations. This is the quiet unraveling of legendary men, told slowly and softly, as they return to homes that barely remember them, or not at all. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet myth. So, close your eyes, let the warships fade into the distance, and come with me to the part of the story most never tell. So, the war was over. Troy had burned, its once proud towers now reduced to crumbled stone and smoldering ash. The Greeks had done what they came for, though it had taken 10 years, a wooden horse, and no small amount of divine interference. They stood victorious, weary and weathered, clutching the spoils of war and preparing for home. But of course, no one ever said getting home would be simple. One might assume that after 10 years abroad, a warrior could simply board his ship and sail back to the comforts of half and wife. That was rarely the case. This was ancient Greece, after all, a place where the gods were fickle, the seas treacherous, and even the stars occasionally refused to cooperate. The journey home, or nostos, as the Greeks called it, would prove just as storied and sorrowful as the war itself. Let us begin with the most infamous of these journeys, that of Odysseus. King of Ithaca, famed for his cunning, inventor of the Trojan horse, or at least the best PR for it, and very much unprepared for how long a simple boat ride could take when Poseidon was in a foul mood. You see, Odysseus made a rather unfortunate decision upon departing Troy. He didn't thank the gods properly. A small omission, but one that would stretch a short voyage into a 10-year odyssey. Poseidon, god of the sea, was particularly offended. It didn't help that Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, along the way. In fairness, Polyphemus had eaten several of his crew and didn't respond well to reasoned discussion. Still, the sea god was not the forgiving type. So Odysseus was tossed from island to island, seduced by nymphs, shipwrecked repeatedly, and even made to visit the land of the dead, just in case things weren't miserable enough already. But Odysseus was not alone in his troubles. The Greeks had split into various homeward-bound contingents, each facing their own ill luck. Menelaus, husband of Helen, the woman allegedly responsible for all this carnage, took a rather indirect route home. He wandered as far as Egypt, which, even by heroic standards, is rather off course. There he wrestled with the shape-shifting sea god Proteus, as one does, in order to gain the knowledge of how to appease the gods and calm the winds. This required holding Proteus tightly while he transformed into a lion, a snake, a tree, and a stream of water, before finally surrendering his secrets. There were no shortcuts in Bronze Age travel. Historical records, well, as much as we can call them that, do suggest that Greek sailors at the time weren't especially equipped for reliable maritime navigation. They hugged coastlines, avoided night travel, and interpreted weather patterns through a mixture of guesswork and prayer. Their ships were sturdy enough for the Aegean, but the open Mediterranean posed significant challenges. Add to this the divine meddling, and one can see why so many of these heroes took the scenic route home. Diomedes, one of the mightiest warriors of the war, fared little better. He returned to Argos only to find that his wife had taken a lover during his absence and was plotting to kill him. To her credit, 10 years is a long time. Rather than make a fuss, Diomedes fled to Italy, where he eventually faded into the vague mists of local legend, worshipped in some places as a minor deity. A rather anticlimactic ending for a man who once wounded both Ares and Aphrodite in battle. Nestor, the oldest and perhaps wisest of the Greek commanders, seems to have made it home without too much divine harassment. It helps, one suspects, that he kept his head down, said his prayers, and refrained from boasting about clever ideas involving wooden horses. There's a lesson in that. Agamemnon, leader of the Greek coalition and brother to Menelaus, did reach home, only to be murdered in his bath by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover, Aegisthus. But more on that particular bit of family dysfunction in the next chapter. Suffice it to say, the post-war glow did not last long for the house of Atreus. There was a curious sense in the Greek imagination that war never truly ended. Victory was merely the prelude to a different kind of suffering. The gods did not reward triumph with peace. In fact, they often punished it. Hubris, that quintessentially Greek concept of arrogant pride, was a capital offense in the eyes of Olympus. If a man returned home boasting of his glory, he was inviting divine correction. And then there were the storms. Natural, of course, but also supernatural. The seas between Troy and Greece were notoriously rough. The Hellespont, the Aegean, and beyond. All capricious, especially to ships lacking proper ballast or understanding of wind currents. The Greeks often personified these elements as gods or spirits. Harpies, sea nymphs, angry winds. Because when your fleet is scattered overnight and half your crew vanishes, blaming an angry goddess feels more comforting than admitting you misread a cloud. The return home also meant confronting time itself. 10 years of war meant a decade lost. Children grew up without fathers, political alliances shifted, and thrones were not always waiting patiently for their former occupants. The journey was not just geographical, it was existential. These men returned not as heroes, but as strangers. This theme runs deeply through Homer's Odyssey. Odysseus longs for home, for Ithaca, for Penelope, and Telemachus. Yet at every turn he's offered comfort, even immortality, by figures like Calypso. Still, he chooses hardship. The Greek mind revered the idea of nostos, but it also understood that one could never truly go home unchanged. The home you remembered was gone, and so were you. Meanwhile, the gods watched all this with their usual mix of boredom and caprice. Athena took a special interest in Odysseus, helping him occasionally when she remembered to, while Zeus played both sides as usual. Poseidon sulked, Hermes ferried souls to the underworld, and Apollo, who had spent much of the war firing plague arrows, returned to more musical pursuits. The war had ended, but peace was elusive. Even those who made it back without divine interference faced restless kingdoms and unruly citizens. Some were worshipped, others resented. The line between hero and troublemaker blurred easily. And what of the ships themselves? Ancient Greek ships, primarily pentakontas and barams, were long, narrow, and powered by both sails and oars. They weren't built for comfort. There were no cabins, no galleys, no protection from the elements. Sailors slept where they could, ate cold rations, and relied on wind and muscle. Navigation was by stars, sun, and intuition. That so many even attempted long voyages is a testament to their optimism, or perhaps their lack of alternatives. Many of the ships were lost, scattered in storms, or dashed against unfamiliar shores. The sea claimed them silently. No epic poems were written for those whose names did not survive. But their ghosts, one imagines, lingered along lonely beaches and under wine-dark waves. In the centuries that followed, Greek poets and playwrights would return again and again to these post-war stories. The nostoi, as they came to be called, were an entire genre. The war was a given, brutal but glorious. The return, though, was where the real drama lay. That's where men broke, or bent, or found meaning. We're used to thinking of myths as grand, flashy things. Monsters, magic, climactic battles. But the Greeks understood that the quiet aftermath was where tragedy bloomed. The war ended with a horse and fire. But the real stories began when the sails went up, and home became a dream somewhere on the horizon. Even in the archaeological record, there are hints of this turbulent return. Many Mycenaean palaces show signs of sudden destruction around the same period. Burned walls, toppled columns, abandoned treasures. Was it invasion, rebellion, or simply the long echo of a war that refused to stay on foreign soil? Historians debate as they always do, but the myth has its own answers. The gods were not finished yet, so the Greeks sailed home. Slowly, painfully, circuitously. They were shipwrecked, seduced, cursed, and forgotten. Some never arrived. Others returned only to find they were no longer welcome. And a few, like Odysseus, clung to the memory of home like a compass, trusting that however long the journey, there was still something waiting at the end. Whether there was or not, well, that's another story. So let us now drift back into the murky waters of post-war homecomings. If you were hoping that at least one Greek king had a cheerful reunion with his family after 10 years away, I'm afraid you've wandered into the wrong epic. This is the tale of Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy, brother to Menelaus, and a man whose homecoming can be summed up in 2 words. Unfortunately, brief. Agamemnon had led the 1,000-ship fleet to Troy and played his part with ruthless efficiency. He sacrificed his own daughter to appease the winds, squabbled with Achilles over a slave girl, and generally made himself disagreeable to gods and men alike. He did, however, win the war, which you might think would count for something. But his victory came at a price, one that followed him all the way back to Mycenae, where his wife, Clytemnestra, was waiting. Now, the story of Clytemnestra is not a cheerful one, but she is often painted far too simply as a vindictive woman with a grudge. In truth, she had good reason to be angry. Years before, Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure favorable winds for the Greek fleet. No warning, no consultation, just a priest, an altar, and a quiet murder dressed up as a divine necessity. Clytemnestra, understandably, took it personally. While Agamemnon was away playing war hero, she had not exactly remained idle. She took a lover, Aegisthus, a man with his own reasons to loathe the house of Atreus, and together they plotted. It wasn't just revenge, it was justice, retribution, and perhaps a bit of long overdue housekeeping. And so, after years of war and an arduous return journey, Agamemnon finally sailed into the bay beneath his palace, the bronze towers of Mycenae, gleaming in the distance. One can imagine him standing on the deck of his ship, sun-worn and grimy, dreaming of a warm bath and roasted lamb. Unfortunately, that bath would be the last comfort he ever knew. In Aeschylus' Agamemnon, the king arrives with Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess he had taken as a war prize. Now, bringing home a captive concubine might seem a rather bold decision when your wife is already displeased. But Agamemnon never was known for subtlety. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo to see the future, but never be believed, saw exactly what was coming. She walked into the palace like a woman entering a tomb, resigned, poetic, and ignored. The bath was drawn, the robes laid out, and there, amid the steam and ceremony of a long-awaited homecoming, Clytemnestra murdered her husband with an axe, or perhaps a sword. The details vary as myths tend to do. In some versions, she entangles him in a net before the killing blow. In others, he's struck as he reclines, utterly unaware. But all agree on the outcome. Agamemnon, war hero and king, dead in his own house by his wife's hand. It wasn't just personal. It was political, symbolic, even ritualistic. The house of Atreus had long been a mire of curses, betrayals, and bloodshed. Tantalus, Atreus, Thyestes. Each generation passed down a fresh scandal. Agamemnon's death was less a surprise than a grim inevitability. The Greeks, ever lovers of a tragic arc, saw this not merely as domestic drama, but divine rebalancing. You see, no crime went unpunished in the world of myth, especially not those committed against family. Agamemnon's sacrifice of Iphigenia had broken a sacred bond, and blood, as always, demanded more blood. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus ruled Mycenae together for several years after the murder. By some accounts, they were competent, even prosperous rulers. But the shadow of what they'd done lingered. And somewhere far away, growing older in exile, Agamemnon's son, Orestes, was watching, waiting, and nursing a very different idea of justice. Before we turn to him, it's worth pausing to consider the historical underpinnings of all this myth. Mycenae was indeed a real place, an imposing Bronze Age citadel with massive stone walls and a commanding view of the surrounding valley. The shaft graves of Mycenaean kings, discovered centuries later, revealed a world of wealth, weaponry, and ceremonial grandeur. One grave contained a golden death mask, once romantically dubbed the Mask of Agamemnon, though the identification is largely wishful thinking. Still, the myths do seem to echo something real, that returning warriors found their homes changed, their families distant, and their power unstable. In many Mycenaean centers, we find signs of abrupt destruction or abandonment around the same time period, evidence, perhaps, of internal unrest or social collapse. It's not hard to imagine that some kings returned home only to face suspicion, usurpation, or worse. Back in the myth, Agamemnon's fate was only the beginning of a longer tragedy. Clytemnestra may have seen herself as an avenger, but in the logic of Greek myth, she was also a murderer. And the gods, as always, had opinions. Enter Orestes, raised in exile, likely by allies of his father or sympathetic family retainers. Orestes grew up with one goal, to avenge his father's death. But here the myth gets deliciously tangled. To kill one's mother, even a murderous one, was not a simple act of vengeance. It was a spiritual crime, one that brought its own consequences. When Orestes returned to Mycenae, he did what he believed was necessary. He killed Aegisthus first, which no one particularly objected to. Then he confronted Clytemnestra. In some retellings, she pleads with him, bares her breast, reminds him that she gave him life. But Orestes, trembling with fury and fate, strikes her down. The moment is terrible, quiet, almost ritualistic. And then the Furies come. The Greeks called them the Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance who pursued those who spilled kindred blood. Black-robed, snake-haired, they drove Orestes into madness. He fled from temple to temple, seeking purification. But the Furies were relentless. Guilt in the ancient Greek mind was not a matter of conscience. It was an external force, almost a physical illness, stalking the sinner until justice was done. Eventually, Orestes found sanctuary in Athens, where the goddess Athena intervened. In a trial on the Areopagus, a rocky outcrop used for real-life criminal cases, she declared that the cycle of blood vengeance must end. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed by the promise of new rights and honor, became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It's a tidy mythological solution to the messy business of familial revenge. The story of Agamemnon and his family was endlessly retold in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus Orestia, Euripides Electra, Sophocles Electra, each playwright offered their own shading. Was Clytemnestra a villain, or a mother driven to desperate justice? Was Orestes a hero, or a victim of divine contradiction? These were not tales with clear morals, but rather mirrors for the Greeks to reflect on law, loyalty, and the dangerous gravity of blood. From a cultural perspective, the myth encapsulated deep anxieties about power and homecoming. The idea that a king triumphant abroad might return only to fall in his own bath, it struck a chord. Greece was no stranger to political upheaval. City-states were rife with coups, assassinations, and shifting loyalties. The myth merely dressed these realities in poetic garb. And then there's Cassandra, the tragic footnote. Cursed by Apollo to prophesy truly but be ignored, she knew what would happen the moment they stepped ashore. In most versions, she was murdered alongside Agamemnon, either in the palace or just outside it. Her death, barely remarked upon in many accounts, adds a final note of melancholy to the tale. She had seen it all and still could not stop it. Cassandra's curse is one of those mythic touches that feels eerily modern. To know the truth and be disbelieved, there's something timeless about that. She becomes a symbol not just of doomed foresight, but of the loneliness that comes with clarity. The home of Agamemnon thus became a kind of mythological crime scene, revisited again and again by poets, playwrights, and priests. It was a cautionary tale, a tragic cycle, and a puzzle box of competing ethics. Was Agamemnon a villain for killing his daughter? Was Clytemnestra right to kill him? Was Orestes justified in avenging his father? Each answer led to another question. But for our purposes, here in the soft, slow hours of night, it is enough to say that Agamemnon came home and died. That a bath, which might have been warm and soothing, became a tomb. That behind palace walls, the real war continued, quieter but no less brutal. And that even kings, even the great and bronze-clad, were not spared the price of their choices. So the torch of vengeance passed from hand to hand, from Clytemnestra to Orestes, from gods to mortals and back again. And in the quiet corridors of Mycenae, the stones remembered it all. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit Odysseus again. But for now, let us rest in the ruins of a palace, where the echoes of footsteps, long silence, still murmur their ancient regrets. Let us now turn to a man who, more than any other, came to embody the very concept of Nostos, the homecoming. Odysseus, king of the modest island of Ithaca, veteran of the Trojan War, and possessor of a famously complicated relationship with the gods. His story, immortalized in Homer's Odyssey, is less a journey and more an endurance test, a 10-year sequence of delays, detours, distractions, and divine punishments. In truth, if he'd just taken the ferry and kept his head down, he might have been home in a week. But where would the poetry be in that? Odysseus had a reputation for cleverness. He devised the idea of the Trojan horse, after all. Though how much of that was his idea, and how much poetic license, we'll never know. Regardless, it was a decision that ensured the city's fall and secured his place in history and Poseidon's grudge list. The trouble began shortly after he and his men set sail from Troy. The gods were, let's say, less than pleased. In some versions, Odysseus forgot to thank them. In others, he was simply caught up in the divine fallout of the war. Most notably, he had offended Poseidon by blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus. A necessary act of survival, yes. But when the giant turns out to be the sea god's son, well, you can expect choppy waters ahead. And so the long voyage began. One might imagine that the journey from Troy to Ithaca, roughly 1,000 kilometers, wouldn't take a decade, even in a boat powered by oars and optimism. But then, Odysseus had a particular knack for getting lost in spectacular ways. The first stop was the land of the Cyclones, where his men made the classic mistake of raiding a village, overstaying their welcome, and being driven off by the locals. Not exactly an auspicious start. Then came the Lotus Eaters, a rather dreamlike group, who offered Odysseus' crew a plant that made them forget all desire to return home. A tempting proposition that, and one might argue, more peaceful than anything that came after. Still, Odysseus, annoyingly responsible, dragged them back to the ships and sailed on. Next was the infamous encounter with the Cyclops. Trapped in a cave with Polyphemus, Odysseus introduced himself, cleverly as nobody, got the giant drunk on strong wine, and blinded him with a red-hot stake. When the Cyclops screamed for help, shouting that nobody is hurting me, his fellow giants presumably shrugged and went back to napping. It was ingenious, really. Unfortunately, before sailing off, Odysseus made the crucial mistake of shouting his real name back at Polyphemus. This allowed the injured Cyclops to pray to Poseidon for vengeance, and Poseidon, being a rather involved parent, obliged. Now firmly on the naughty list, Odysseus continued his zigzagging path across the wine-dark sea. He stopped next at the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was surprisingly helpful, bottling up all the adverse winds in a bag and giving Odysseus only the breeze he needed. All would have been well, if only Odysseus' crew hadn't been quite so curious. Thinking the bag contained treasure, they opened it just as Ithaca came into view. The winds escaped, a storm rose, and they were blown back to square one. One imagines Odysseus briefly contemplating life as a shepherd instead. Then came the Laestrygonians, giants with a talent for smashing ships and eating sailors. Most of Odysseus' fleet was destroyed here, leaving him with just one vessel. It's the sort of incident that tends to dampen morale, though one suspects Odysseus had already adjusted to lowered expectations. From there, it was on to the island of Circe, enchantress, sorceress, part-time pig farmer. She turned his men into swine, as one does, though whether that was punishment or commentary is unclear. Hermes, ever helpful, gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly to protect him. With it, he resisted Circe's magic, and depending on the version, either threatened her or charmed her into restoring his men. He then spent a year there, comfortably ensconced in her company. A rather long delay, though Circe did have a very nice villa. But even Circe couldn't stall fate forever. Before he could leave, she told him he would need to visit the underworld and consult the spirit of the blind prophet Tiresias. It was the sort of thing Greek heroes were expected to do on long journeys, a little necromancy between islands. So Odysseus sailed to the edge of the world, sacrificed a ram, and waited while the dead gathered round. Tiresias offered a grim forecast: hardship, loss, and danger. But eventually, if he was careful, Odysseus might reach home. He also saw the shades of his mother, Achilles and Agamemnon, who, you may recall, had recently had a very bad bath. Emerging from the land of the dead with no small amount of existential baggage, Odysseus returned to Circe, who provided more advice. Avoid the sirens, she said, seductive singers who lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever the curious one, had his men plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, just so he could hear their song without succumbing. It was admittedly a very Odyssean solution, practical, perilous, and just a bit arrogant. Next came Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster and a ravenous whirlpool placed inconveniently close together. Odysseus steered towards Scylla, sacrificing a few men rather than risk the entire ship. It's the sort of decision that ancient Greek leaders were expected to make without blinking, though one suspects there were some complaints from the rowing benches. At last, they reached the island of Phoenicia, where sacred cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god, grazed in peace. Odysseus warned his men not to touch them. They promised, and then, while he was napping, they promptly slaughtered and ate several. Helios, unsurprisingly furious, demanded punishment. Zeus obliged with a storm that destroyed the last of Odysseus' crew. Only the man himself survived, clinging to a broken mast, drifting aimlessly until he washed up on the island of Ogygia. Here he met Calypso, a beautiful nymph who offered him immortality if he would stay. It might have seemed like a good deal: no more storms, no more monsters, and an eternity of relaxation. But Odysseus longed for home, for Penelope, for Ithaca. Calypso, both tender and sorrowful, let him go, but not before 7 long years had passed. A different kind of imprisonment, that comfort without belonging. At last, with divine help, Odysseus built a raft and sailed once more. Poseidon, still holding a grudge, sent another storm. The poor man could hardly sneeze without attracting weather. He was eventually washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians, who, thankfully, turned out to be decent people. They gave him food, clothes, and a proper ship home. After 10 years of wandering, he reached Ithaca at last. But even then, the journey wasn't quite over. His home had been overrun by suitors, dozens of grasping, boastful men courting his wife and feasting in his halls. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus plotted his revenge. With the help of his son Telemachus, he strung his old bow and dispatched the shooters in a rather bloody finale. Arrows, spears, and poetic justice all around. At last, he revealed himself to Penelope. She, ever cautious, tested him with a secret known only to them: the construction of their bed, carved from a rooted olive tree. When Odysseus answered correctly, she wept, and they were reunited. A quiet, hard-won reunion after 20 years apart. Now, what are we to make of all this? On one level, the Odyssey is an adventure, a tapestry of strange lands and strange creatures. But beneath it all lies something deeper: the fear of never getting home, the idea that time might move on without you, that home itself might change, or worse, that you might. Historically, the story reflects the uncertainties of ancient travel. Greek sailors had no maps, no compasses, and very little understanding of ocean currents. Storms, pirates, and unfamiliar coastlines were constant threats. To sail from one island to another could mean weeks of delay or permanent disappearance. The sea was not just a place. It was a personality, and usually a moody one. And yet Odysseus persisted, not because he expected comfort or glory or even survival, but because he believed in Ithaca, in Penelope, in the possibility that home, however distant or changed, was worth the journey. So tonight, let us sail gently through the Ionian breeze, past sleepy islands and forgotten shores. Let us follow a man too clever for his own good, drifting not in haste but in hope. Monsters may rise, tempests may howl, but the stars above remain quiet and constant. And somewhere, far across the sea, a lamp is burning in a window. Ithaca waits. Not everyone who fought at Troy ended up in an epic poem or on the side of a vase. Some heroes did not sail home in triumph or wander famously for 10 years. No, some slipped into the margins, their stories quieter, sadder, and mostly uncelebrated. In this chapter, we turn to those figures, brave, flawed, and frankly unlucky, who survived the war, but not the peace that followed. First, let us linger a moment with Ajax the Greater. Not to be confused with Ajax the Lesser, who will have his own inglorious exit soon enough. Ajax the Greater was a giant of a man, second only to Achilles in strength and battlefield presence. He was a tower of bronze and bellowing rage, fierce in combat and at times a little too proud of it. When Achilles died, slain by a Paris-assisted arrow to the heel, rather inconsiderate of him, there arose a question among the Greeks: who should inherit his armor? It was no ordinary kit, after all. Forged by Hephaestus himself, it glittered like fire and symbolized the might of the Greek war machine. Naturally, both Ajax and Odysseus laid claim to it. Now, Ajax had the stronger argument. He'd fought tirelessly, protected the ships, and retrieved Achilles' body under heavy fire. But Odysseus had the sharper tongue. In a public debate, essentially an early Greek talent show for war resumes, Odysseus spun a more persuasive tale, citing strategy, diplomacy, and the favor of the gods. The audience, swayed by words more than wounds, awarded him the armor. Ajax did not take the loss well. According to Sophocles and later mythographers, Ajax spiraled into a state of humiliated fury. At night, he planned to kill the Greek leaders responsible. But Athena, protective of Odysseus, muddled his mind. In a haze of madness, Ajax slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his enemies. When he awoke and realized what he had done, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of sheep and cattle, he was overcome with shame. He walked away from the camp, planted his sword in the ground, and fell upon it. A brutal, silent end for a man who had fought so loudly. There's something deeply Greek in this. The idea that the true wound is not death in battle, but dishonor in peace. Ajax was not killed by sword or spear, but by a loss of standing, of meaning. A hero without recognition is, in the Greek imagination, barely a man at all. The gods gave him strength, but they did not give him a second act. His death was mourned by many, but especially by his half-brother Teucer, an archer and a steadfast companion throughout the war. Teucer tried to give Ajax a proper burial, but Menelaus and Agamemnon initially forbade it, proof that even corpses had politics in those days. Eventually, Odysseus himself intervened, arguing that Ajax, whatever had happened, was still a great warrior. A small act of decency in a war mostly lacking in them. Teucer, exiled for failing to bring his brother home, wandered off and eventually settled in Cyprus, founding the city of Salamis. Or so the legends say. It's a quieter legacy. No monsters, no divine wrath, just a man trying to put something in the ground that wasn't a weapon. Then there's Philoctetes, perhaps the most reluctant of the heroes. His tale began not at Troy, but on the way there. He possessed the bow of Heracles, gifted to him as a reward for lighting the funeral pyre of the great hero. This bow, it was foretold, would be needed to win the war. Unfortunately, Philoctetes had a bit of a foot problem. At Lemnos, he was bitten by a snake, a minor thing in most stories, but in this case the wound festered. It stank. It wept. It made the journey unbearable. His cries disturbed the other warriors, and his smell, well, apparently it was memorable. So, with all the empathy of a conquering army, the Greeks abandoned him on the island, leaving him with his bow, his pain, and a lot of time to think. For years he lived there, wounded and alone, but eventually, when Troy still refused to fall, a prophecy surfaced. The bow of Heracles was required. Cue the awkward return of Greek diplomacy. Odysseus, naturally, was sent to retrieve the man he had once abandoned. He brought with him Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles, another man with a complicated father-shaped shadow to fill. Different versions tell it differently. In some, Neoptolemus wins Philoctetes over with honesty and kindness. In others, he tricks him, only to be overcome with guilt and return the bow. But in the end, Philoctetes is healed, either by divine intervention or Greek medicine, and brought back to Troy. He shoots the arrow that finally fells Paris, and thus completes his unhappy arc. After the war, Philoctetes' story peters out. He's said to have wandered, perhaps founding a city or two, but the myths don't linger on him. His fame, like many others, was tied to a single arrow. When that was loosed, so too was his relevance. And what of Ajax the Lesser? Yes, not to be confused with his more honorable namesake, this Ajax was best known for committing one of the more appalling crimes during the sack of Troy. In the temple of Athena, he assaulted Cassandra, dragging her from the altar and claiming her as a prize. The act was a double outrage, not just against a woman seeking sanctuary, but against the goddess whose temple he violated. Athena did not take it lightly, though the Greek leaders were divided on how to respond. Some wanted to punish him, others looked away. They ultimately allowed him to sail home. It was a decision they'd regret. As his ship sailed through the angry sea, Athena called down a storm. Ajax, cast into the water, clung to a rock and boasted that the gods couldn't kill him. A bit of classic hubris. Poseidon, unimpressed, split the rock and drowned him. In the Greek tradition, no sin goes unpaid and no arrogance goes uncorrected. Ajax, the lesser's name was blackened. His death was not heroic, it was a warning. Then there are the unnamed and half-named heroes. The foot soldiers, the shipmates, the men who bled and died in the margins. Greek myth, for all its grandeur, has a curious amnesia when it comes to the majority. We hear of their bravery in clusters, the Achaeans, the Danaans, but their individual stories are mostly forgotten. Only the elite, the sons of kings and favorites of gods, get a proper ending. Still, there are echoes. In the epic cycle known as the Nostoi, now mostly lost to time, there were once tales of the other warriors returning home. Men like Idomeneus, king of Crete, who made a rash vow to sacrifice the first living thing he saw upon returning home, only to be greeted by his own son. A story with echoes of the biblical Jephthah, and just as grim. And Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who fought for the Trojans but was killed in a blaze of poetic glory. His story is mostly footnotes now, a few lines in fragmentary poems. And Versits, a common soldier mocked for his ugliness and impudence, beaten by Odysseus for speaking too freely. A rare glimpse of dissent in a world dominated by kings and demigods. History has never been entirely fair to its lesser heroes. Those who carried the spears, manned the oars, and kept the fires burning seldom earn verses of their own. But their presence, however faint, lingers in the background of myth, like the quiet hum behind a chorus. Archaeologically speaking, the Mycenaean period does show signs of wide-scale collapse around. The time of the Trojan War's supposed end. Palaces burned, trade routes disappeared, and many of the great centers were abandoned. Perhaps some of the returning heroes found not the homes they remembered, but smoldering ruins and silence. For many, there may have been no welcome, no bed, no stories. And perhaps that's why the myths settled so often on grief. The Greeks knew that not everyone returned, and that some who did wished they hadn't. The Odyssey give us the grandeur, but these lesser tales give us the sorrow. So tonight, as we drift through the quieter parts of the mythic map, spare a thought for the heroes who came back broken, or didn't come back at all. For Ajax, whose pride outlived his strength. For Philoctetes, whose wound became his exile. For the countless unnamed who marched to Troy and never saw their islands again. In the dark, between the waves and stars, their stories still float, unfinished, unpolished, but quietly, stubbornly present. If ever there were a face that launched 1,000 ships and exhausted 1,000 poets, it was surely Helen of Troy, or rather Helen of Sparta, depending on which part of her life you catch her in. Tonight, we sail away from the battlefields and burning walls, and follow not the warriors, but the women, beginning with Helen herself. When the dust settled and the horse had done its work, the city of Troy was ash and rubble. Fires still smoldered where palaces once stood. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt cedar and blood. In the ruins, women, noble women, priestesses, servants, were rounded up like cattle, the prizes of victory. At the center of it all stood Helen, beautiful, mysterious, and ever the subject of debate. Some said she had willingly gone to Troy with Paris, bewitched by his charm and Aphrodite's divine meddling. Others insisted she had been taken against her will, a passive prize in a game of gods and kings. In truth, the myths offer no single answer. Helen was either a seductress or a scapegoat, or perhaps a woman simply trying to survive in a world that insisted on making her symbolic. Menelaus, her long-estranged husband, was among the warriors who stormed the city. One might expect him to have run her through with a sword. Instead, the stories tell us that when he found her, standing in her quarters, draped in silks, radiant even in defeat, he dropped his weapon. Overwhelmed by her beauty, his rage faltered. He led her away not as a captive but as a wife reclaimed. Or so the version goes. But it is worth pausing to consider what kind of homecoming that was. Helen returned with Menelaus to Sparta, but her reputation did not. In many cities across Greece, she was viewed as the cause of it all. The deaths, the fires, the decade of despair. Though poets might speak of her face with reverence, the common tongue likely preferred curses. And in the plays of Euripides and others, Helen is not a heroine, but a question mark. Was she guilty? Was she powerless? Or was she simply too beautiful to live in peace? In some version of the myth, a phantom Helen was sent to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt the entire time. This alternate telling, found in Euripides' Helen, was the ancient equivalent of saying it wasn't really her. It's a strange attempt at narrative redemption, one that raises more questions than it answers. But it does speak to the discomfort the Greeks felt about blaming a woman so central to their self-image. Because if Helen truly went willingly, then she was a traitor. If unwillingly, then she was a victim. But either way, the war became hers to carry. As for Menelaus, his journey home was no smoother than anyone else's. He and Helen wandered for years, blown off course, landing in Egypt among other places. There, they were received by the king, sometimes Proteus, sometimes another, who treated them with suspicious generosity. The gods were still sorting out the details. Eventually, they made it back to Sparta, older, wearier, and perhaps unsure what they had returned to. It's tempting to imagine them sitting across from one another at dinner, in a palace once full of laughter and song. Now they shared only silence, broken occasionally by the clink of goblets and the shuffle of memories best left undisturbed. In some myths, Helen became a goddess after death. In others, she was exiled, hounded by the Furies, or wandered alone through the mountains. One version even claims she ended her days in Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of a fallen Greek soldier. The myths rarely agree on her fate, only on her beauty and the trouble it brought. But Helen, for all her complexities, was not the only woman whose life was shattered by the war. Let us return to the ruins of Troy and speak of the others, those taken as spoils and shipped away to Greek cities where no songs were sung for them. First, Hecuba, queen of Troy. Once a proud matriarch, she lost nearly all her sons in the war. Hector, Paris, Deiphobos, Troilus, and more. Her husband, King Priam, was butchered at the altar by Achilles' son. Her daughter, Polyxena, was sacrificed on Achilles' tomb. Her grandson, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was thrown from the city walls by the Greeks, so that he might never grow up to avenge his father. A precautionary cruelty if ever there was one. And Hecuba? She was given to Odysseus, the most diplomatic of the Greeks, but one suspects even he found little comfort in her bitter company. In Euripides' Hecuba, she is transformed from queen to beast by grief. In some versions, she literally becomes a dog, throwing herself into the sea, howling. Myth has a way of externalizing suffering after all. If your sorrow is inhuman, you might as well become something else. Then there was Andromache, Hector's widow, a model of loyalty, modesty, and sorrow. She watched her child murdered and her city burned, and then she was claimed by Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles. It's a pairing that feels particularly cruel, as if the gods were scripting a tragic irony. The wife of the slain prince now handed to the son of his killer. She bore Neoptolemus children, lived for a time in Epirus, and eventually found a kind of quiet life, marrying Helenus, another Trojan survivor, and ruling a small kingdom. But the shadow of Troy never left her. In the Greek world, women like Andromache were both revered and pitied, reminders of what war leaves behind. And what of Cassandra, that doomed prophetess? She had warned them, of course, warned her people about Paris, warned them about the horse, warned them about the fall. But Apollo had cursed her. She could see the future, but no one would ever believe her. The curse of clarity without persuasion. Poetic fate and a cruel one. When the city fell, Cassandra sought refuge in Athena's temple, and there she was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser, dragged from the sacred altar. For this, the gods ensured Ajax would never return home. Cassandra, meanwhile, was given to Agamemnon, taken as a concubine, a spoil. She traveled with him to Mycenae and saw the future again. His murder at the hands of Clytemnestra. Her own death, too. She entered the palace anyway, shoulders squared, walking toward doom with her head held high. In a way, she was the bravest of them all. To know what awaits and go anyway. Cassandra was not just a figure of tragedy, but of perception. In her, the Greeks saw the limits of knowledge. What good is vision if it cannot change the outcome? Her story echoes down the centuries, in every ignored warning and every dismissed truth. These women, Helen, Hecuba, Andromache, Cassandra, they remind us that the Trojan War was not just a saga of men. For every spear thrown, there was a wife waiting. For every city burned, a mother weeping. And in the aftermath, it was often the women who bore the consequences, who were reshaped by survival into something unrecognizable. In Greek drama, particularly the tragedies of Euripides, these female voices are given rare prominence. Perhaps because in their suffering, the Greeks recognized something more universal than glory. The men may have claimed victory, but the women remembered the cost. Historically, the treatment of captured women in ancient warfare was, as one might expect, grim. They were enslaved, traded, kept as concubines. The myths, for all their embellishment, reflect a painful reality. That in war, the fates of women were rarely their own. Their grief, however, became central to the Greek imagination. Even Helen, for all her elevation, remains a figure of ambiguity. She is honored in some cities, reviled in others. She is remembered less for what she did, and more for what others did because of her. In Sparta, a cult of Helen emerged. Temples were built in her name. She became almost divine. Her beauty, her sorrow, her mythic weight, all transformed into ritual. There's something strange and slightly unsettling in the idea of worshipping a woman whose greatest legacy was a war. And in Troy, well, there was no Troy anymore. The archaeological site we now call Hisalic bears the layers of many cities, built and burned over centuries. Whether one of them was the Troy of Homer, we can't say for certain. But the ashes, the walls, the charred remnants, they are real. Someone's city burned. Someone's family was taken. So tonight, let us walk softly among the ruins, past the broken columns and the windswept stones, past the temple steps where Cassandra cried out, past the palace halls where Hecuba once ruled, where Andromache rocked her child to sleep, where Helen stared out over the sea, perhaps wondering what all the beauty had been for. These were not silent women. The myths may have tried to sideline them, but their voices echo, persistent and clear. They remind us that behind every war story lies another, quieter, lonelier, more enduring. And perhaps, if the gods are ever listening, it is these stories they remember best. Tonight, we turn our gaze to a boy who entered the Trojan War at its end and departed the world not long after. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, grandson of Peleus and great-grandson, on his mother's side, of a man called Lycomedes, who mostly stayed out of the epics. Neoptolemus came late to the war, but made a remarkable impression. In many ways, he was everything his father was and, perhaps, everything he wasn't. Born on the island of Scyros, Neoptolemus was raised far from the clatter of spears and war cries. His mother, Deidamia, had once known Achilles before he was famous, when he was hidden away by his mother Thetis in an attempt to prevent his doomed fate. Dressed as a girl among the daughters of Lycomedes, Achilles, in disguise, found love and a son, as one does, apparently, during such awkward arrangements. But destiny has a way of tracking down those who try to avoid it. By the time Neoptolemus was old enough to hold a spear, the Greeks had been at war for nearly a decade. Troy still stood, the warriors were weary, and Achilles was already dead, felled by a poetic arrow guided by Apollo and shot by Paris, who, as we've noted before, rarely did anything without divine assistance. Now a new prophecy emerged. The Greeks would not win unless they brought the son of Achilles to the battlefield, as if the gods, having taken the father, demanded the child in his place. So Odysseus, ever the recruiter, sailed to Scyros and fetched the boy. Neoptolemus arrived in Troy not as a soldier, but as a symbol, a vessel of inherited wrath. And indeed, he seemed to carry that wrath with great enthusiasm. While Achilles had moments of introspection, hesitation, even grace, Neoptolemus often lacked such subtlety. He was fierce, brutal, and quick to violence. Some ancient writers admired his decisiveness, others found it alarming. In the final days of the war, Neoptolemus earned a reputation both glorious and grim. It was he who killed Priam, the aged king of Troy, right there at the altar of Zeus. While the old man clutched the statue of the god, seeking mercy, Neoptolemus cut him down. No respect for age, sanctuary, or sorrow. The scene, immortalized in later Roman texts like the Aeneid, would haunt generations of storytellers. He also, according to some versions, threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the city walls. A practical act, the Greeks would say, a horrifying one the rest of us might. The boy, after all, could grow into a man and seek vengeance. And so, Neoptolemus ensured there would be no next generation of Trojans. He was not content to end the war. He wanted to erase its memory. For his efforts, he received Andromache, Hector's widow, as a war prize. And so the woman who had once lain beside the Prince of Troy now found herself bound to the killer's son. A cruel symmetry if ever there was one. They left Troy together, part of the Greek fleet limping home through unfriendly seas and discontented gods. Some were shipwrecked, others wandered for years, but Neoptolemus somehow made his way to Epirus, a land in northwestern Greece, and carved out a small kingdom there. The myths say he ruled wisely, perhaps mellowed by time and distance, or perhaps just tired. But the fates had not quite finished with him. In some versions, he traveled to Delphi, the sacred sanctuary of Apollo, either to seek guidance or demand justice. There, depending on which story you prefer, he either insulted the priests, desecrated the temple, or simply arrived at the wrong moment. Whatever the cause, he was murdered, either by the temple servants or by Apollo himself. Cut down not in battle, but at the threshold of the god who had once guided Paris's arrow into his father's heel. Poetic, again, and deeply Greek. You see, Neoptolemus lived under the long shadow of Achilles, a father who was both legend and ghost. The Greeks were fascinated by inheritance, not just of blood, but of doom. To be the son of a hero was to be born halfway into a story already moving toward tragedy. Achilles had been complex, wrathful, yes, but also capable of mercy. He mourned Patroclus. He returned Hector's body to Priam. There was a strange nobility in him, a tragic beauty. Neoptolemus, by contrast, rarely paused to reflect. He killed with confidence. He ruled with force, and then, like so many others, he vanished young. But the Greeks did not discard him. They gave him cults, shrines, a hero's status. In some corners of the ancient world, he was worshipped alongside his father. Perhaps the Greeks, ambivalent as they were about violence, respected someone who didn't hesitate. Still, his legacy is uneasy. Even the playwrights struggled with him. In Sophocles' Philoctetes, we see a different Neoptolemus, a conflicted boy, torn between duty and honor. Odysseus sends him to deceive Philoctetes to steal the bow of Heracles. But Neoptolemus cannot go through with it. He is drawn to pity, to decency. It's a fascinating portrayal. Not the blood-soaked youth of Troy, but a thoughtful young man trying to make sense of a brutal world. It's hard to say whether Sophocles was offering an alternate version or a redemption arc. Greek tragedy, after all, often reinterpreted its heroes. What mattered was not the facts, such as they were, but the moral weight of the story. Historically speaking, Epirus did indeed have myths connecting it to Neoptolemus and his descendants. The Meletian dynasty, one of the more powerful Greek royal lines, claimed to trace its roots back to him. Through them, so too would Alexander the Great, whose mother Olympias came from that bloodline. Alexander, never one to resist a good myth, was quite pleased by the association. In this way, Neoptolemus lived on, not just in tragedy but in genealogy. And what of Andromache, who followed him from Troy to Epirus? She bore him sons. One, named Molossus, would become the ancestor of kings. Andromache, so often portrayed as a grieving widow, was also a survivor. In some versions of the myth, after Neoptolemus' death, she married Helenus, the Trojan seer and son of Priam, who had also survived. Together they ruled a small kingdom, a curious echo of Troy on Greek soil. Her journey, from princess to slave to queen, was perhaps the longest of them all. She adapted, she endured. In Greek drama, she is often the voice of memory, of what was lost and what still hurts. The aftershocks of Neoptolemus' brief life rippled far. In Rome, Virgil gives us the Aeneid, where a wandering Trojan, Aeneas, meets Andromache in Epirus. She tells him her tale, a tale of ruins, exile, and quiet resilience. It is a sobering moment, buried in a poem otherwise full of triumphal destiny. Even the Romans, who admired conquest, seemed to pause at her story. And then, as ever, there's the matter of legacy. Neoptolemus left no epics of his own, no Neotolia. He exists as a sequel, an epilogue to Achilles, a footnote to Troy. But in that short space he managed to kill a king, win a city, and father a dynasty. Not bad for a teenager. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if he had lived longer? Would he have grown into a wise king? Would the rage have softened? Or would the fire that burned so brightly simply have burned? Everything near it? The Greeks were fond of such questions. In their myths, youth is often equated with danger. The young are full of force, but lack temperance. Achilles dies young. Patroclus dies younger. Neoptolemus continues the pattern. The gods, it seems, do not permit long lives to those who shine too brightly. Perhaps that's why Odysseus, older and grayer, survives his journey. Not because he is stronger, but because he is slower, more cautious, more cunning. The flame that flickers lasts longer than the one that blazes. So tonight we leave Neoptolemus not in the blood-stained temple of Delphi, nor on the smoking battlements of Troy, but somewhere in the quiet hills of Epirus. A young man still learning how to wield a crown. Perhaps he stands at the edge of a cliff, wind tugging at his cloak, staring out at the sea his father once crossed, wondering if he is meant for more than war. Or perhaps not. Perhaps his story ends exactly as it should. Brief, brilliant, and sharp-edged. A warning and a memory. The kind of hero whose fire lit up the sky, if only for a moment. There are homecomings, and then there are Greek homecomings where the phrase welcome back is often followed by murder. And no tale of post-Trojan drama better captures this grim tradition than that of Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, brother to Menelaus, leader of the Greek forces, and, depending on whom you ask, either a victorious hero or a monumentally unlucky husband. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, the very inconvenient middle. Before Agamemnon ever set sail for Troy, he made what we might call a tactical error in the eyes of the gods. While preparing the fleet, he killed a sacred stag belonging to Artemis, and then boasted about it. Now, if there is one thing Greek gods do not tolerate, it is mortals making noise about how clever or powerful they are, especially when they have just murdered divine wildlife. Artemis responded in kind. She stilled the winds, trapping the Greek fleet in Aulis. No sailing, no war, no progress. The solution, a sacrifice, a human one. Enter Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter. He lured her to Aulis under the pretense of marrying her to Achilles. The usual wedding lie. When she arrived, instead of a ceremony, she got an altar. The accounts diverge. Some say Artemis snatched her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Others say the blade fell. Either way, Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife and Iphigenia's mother, was not amused. Now fast forward 10 years. Troy is in ruins. Agamemnon is finally coming home, bringing with him not just spoils of war, but Cassandra, the Trojan princess and prophetess, as a concubine. Yes, quite the diplomatic choice. Bringing the enemy king's daughter and your own mistress home, after killing your daughter and being gone for a decade. Even Odysseus might have raised an eyebrow. As his ship approached Mycenae, Agamemnon would have seen the familiar cliffs and olive groves of his kingdom, the walls of his palace shining in the sun. And perhaps, just perhaps, he imagined a peaceful return. A soft bed, a hot meal, his people singing of his glory. What he got was Clytemnestra. While he had been off conquering, she had been stewing. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge, but Clytemnestra was nothing if not patient. She had also taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and a man with his own complicated family tree. This wasn't merely a matter of betrayal. It was lineage, revenge, and domestic theater, all in one. According to Aeschylus, when Agamemnon arrived, Clytemnestra greeted him warmly, a little too warmly. She rolled out a purple carpet, a color reserved for the gods, and invited him to walk upon it. Agamemnon, slightly wary, hesitated. Walking on such fabric was a display of arrogance, practically daring divine punishment. But eventually, he relented and entered the palace. He never walked out again. There are several versions of his murder. Some say Clytemnestra lured him into a bath, entangled him in robes, and then stabbed him. Others say she used an axe, or perhaps a sword, with Aegisthus dealing the final blow. The details differ, but the outcome does not. The High King, triumphant in Troy, died naked and unguarded in his own home, cut down not by enemy swords, but by a vengeful wife and a jealous cousin. And Cassandra? She had foreseen all of it. She had seen the palace, the blood, her own end. But true to her curse, no one believed her. Even as she stepped into the house, she knew it was a tomb. And yet she went, calm, resigned, perhaps tired of always knowing what no one else could see. She was killed beside Agamemnon, her death adding a final insult to the Trojan tragedy. Now, to pause briefly for the historical note. Mycenae, as a real place, was one of the great palace complexes of the late Bronze Age. Walls of massive stone blocks, a lion gate still standing today, and shaft graves filled with gold. The Mycenaean rulers may have inspired the later myths, their splintered histories providing the backdrop for tales of ambition and blood. And Agamemnon, his so-called tomb was uncovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. A grand grave with a golden mask. The archaeologists remained skeptical about whose bones lay inside, but the poetry endures. Back to the myth, the murder of Agamemnon did not bring peace. It merely shifted the curse down a generation. For you see, Agamemnon had a son, Orestes, and a daughter, Electra. They had watched, waited, grown up under the shadow of a murdered father and a mother-turned-monarch. In most versions, Orestes was sent away as a child for his safety, but the gods, or at least the playwrights, would not let him rest. Years later, Orestes returned to Mycenae. Like so many Greek stories, this too became a question of duty versus morality. Apollo had commanded him to avenge his father, but to do so, he would have to commit matricide to kill his own mother. Even in the flexible ethics of myth, this was a dark and terrible dilemma. Orestes hesitated, but not for long. With the help of Electra, who had her own catalogue of grievances, he crept into the palace. In some versions, he killed Aegisthus first, then Clytemnestra. In others, he hesitated at the final moment, overcome by horror, only to finish the deed as she begged for her life. The result was the same. The house of Atreus, never particularly blessed, was awash in blood once more. But justice, in the Greek sense, never comes clean. No sooner had Orestes avenged his father than he was pursued by the Furies, or Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance. They hounded him day and night, clawing at his mind, whispering guilt into every shadow. He wandered, sleepless and raving, a man driven mad by the price of justice. Eventually, he found his way to Athens, where Athena herself presided over his trial. This moment, dramatized in Aeschylus' Eumenides, marks one of the first symbolic shifts in Greek literature. From vengeance to law, from blood feud to courtroom, Athena cast the deciding vote in his favor, and the Furies, pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. A tidy ending, though one suspects the family dinners remained awkward. As for Clytemnestra, she too lingers in myth, a ghost never quite exorcised. Some saw her as monstrous, a wife who betrayed her king. Others, especially in later literature, cast her as tragic, a woman who had suffered too long, too deeply, to remain silent. Her act was unforgivable, yes, but perhaps also inevitable. Greek myth was never terribly interested in happy marriages. They were stories of passion, betrayal, revenge, the kind of things that made for good theater and terrible family life. In Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, we see the collision of power and pain. A king who sacrificed his daughter for wind, a queen who waited 10 years to strike, and a son caught in the middle. Even the name house of Atreus carries weight. Atreus, Agamemnon's father, had his own scandalous past. He once murdered his brother's children and fed them to him at a banquet. Yes, a family dinner where the main course was revenge. The curse that followed them all, Agamemnon, Orestes, and even Electra, was said to have begun there in blood and deceit. It's almost as if the Greeks were trying to tell us something about inheritance. To the ancient mind, families could carry curses as surely as they carried wealth. The sins of the father and grandfather and great-uncle were not easily forgotten. The gods might forgive. The Furies would not. And perhaps that's why the tragedy of Agamemnon strikes such a deep chord. It isn't about a king dying in war. It's about what happens after. The slow rot beneath the golden throne, the wife pacing the palace year after year, the child who must decide which parent to betray. There's a quiet horror to it. No monsters, no sieges, no divine thunderbolts. Just the simple terror of returning home to find everything waiting. And none of it good. Tonight, then, let us walk through the palace halls of Mycenae. The hearths are cold. The walls still smell faintly of cedar and blood. Shadows flicker where once kings dined and children played. Perhaps we hear the echo of Cassandra's warning, or the creak of purple carpets beneath sandaled feet. Here, in these stones, the past does not rest. It broods. So let the night fall softly. Let the torches gutter and the marble chill. And remember that not every victory ends in cheers. Sometimes it ends in silence, and the slow closing of a door. After the siege of Troy had finally crumbled into dust and ash, the Greeks, those few who had survived the gods, the Trojans, and one another, prepared to sail home. Some did not make it past the shoreline. Others would never arrive at all. And a few, like Menelaus, king of Sparta, would find themselves dragged on a journey so improbable that it would seem they defended not only the gods, but perhaps time itself. Menelaus, you'll remember, was the man whose wife, Helen, was spirited away by Paris, thus igniting a 10-year war of mud, blood, and badly timed prophecies. When Troy fell and the smoke cleared, Helen was returned to him, though returned may be too neat a word for what happened. Whether she came willingly, whether she was taken, or whether she had simply grown tired of Paris and ready for the next chapter, we shall never know. What we do know is that she was there on the Trojan shoreline when Menelaus gathered his ships, looking every bit as lovely as she had when the war began. He, on the other hand, had aged. 10 years of siege can do that to a man. They boarded the same ship, perhaps sitting side by side in silence, with only the creaking of oars and the gentle accusation of memory between them. What does one say, really, after all that? So where were we? Their journey home should have been swift. Sparta was not far, relatively speaking, but the gods had other plans. The Greeks had committed various crimes on their way out of Troy, looting temples, killing supplicants, desecrating sacred spaces. Athena, in particular, had been slighted, and her wrath hung over the fleet like a thundercloud. While some ships were wrecked outright and others scattered, Menelaus took a more circuitous route, an accidental grand tour of the Mediterranean, if you like, with storms, shipwrecks, and sea monsters included. One of the more exotic stops on this journey was Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Now, it might seem strange that a Greek king would end up in Egypt on his way home, but the ancient world was far more connected than it sometimes appears. Trade routes stretched across the seas and foreign ports were frequented by all manner of adventurers, merchants, and, evidently, stranded kings with missing wives. In fact, some versions of the myth, like those found in Herodotus, suggest that Helen never went to Troy at all. According to that version, Paris was blown off course and landed in Egypt with Helen in tow. There, the Egyptian king, horrified that Paris had abducted another man's wife, promptly took her into protective custody. Paris was sent away, and the real Helen remained in Egypt throughout the entire war, while a phantom Helen, an illusion, was in Troy. It's a rather elegant narrative solution. Really? If true, it means the Greeks fought a 10-year war over a cloud. Literally. The gods, it seems, had a taste for irony. But in most versions, Helen did go to Troy, and it was during the return from Troy that Menelaus found himself in Egypt, with his real, and possibly somewhat awkward, wife beside him. There, the myths tell us, he met Proteus, a prophetic sea god and old man of the sea who could shift shape at will. Proteus was not the sort of being one simply interviewed. He had to be captured, physically pinned down, and held through all his transformations until he relented and spoke. And so, following local advice, Menelaus crept upon Proteus while he napped on the shore among his seals. Yes, seals, and wrestled him into submission as he morphed into fire, water, a lion, a serpent, and various other alarming shapes. Menelaus held on. One imagines him swearing quietly throughout, until the god gave up and agreed to speak. Proteus, apparently impressed or simply annoyed, told Menelaus how to appease the gods and continue his journey. Sacrifices would be required, as always, and some divine groveling. He also informed Menelaus that his brother Agamemnon had been murdered upon returning home. One imagines that news landing like a stone in Menelaus' chest. Victorious, yes, but at what cost? Eventually, with the proper rites performed and favorable winds at last, Menelaus and Helen continued their return voyage. It is said that their journey took 8 years in total. 8 years to come home to a city that had once sung their names, now perhaps quiet with confusion or resentment. And here's where the myth gets complicated. Menelaus and Helen resumed their rule in Sparta. Their homecoming, unlike Agamemnon's, was not met with knives. The palace gates opened, the half-fires were lit, the people bowed, and yet something must have shifted between them. A decade apart. A war. A long sail through hostile waters. A marriage frayed by the gods themselves. In Homer's Odyssey, when Telemachus visits Sparta in search of news of his father, Odysseus, he finds Menelaus and Helen living in elegant domesticity, surrounded by servants, tapestries, and quiet luxury. Helen, ever the gracious hostess, offers potions to ease sorrow, pours wine, and reminisces about the old days. Her beauty intact, her memory selective. In one scene, she casually tells of how, during the Trojan War, she had once walked the walls of Troy and mimicked the voices of the Greek wives below, trying to lure the soldiers out from the belly of the wooden horse. A chilling little anecdote, her voice calling to them in the voices of their beloveds. Whether she did it in jest or malice or confusion is left ambiguous. Homer, with his characteristic subtlety, lets the moment pass unjudged. Menelaus listens. He does not interrupt. Perhaps he's heard the story before. But Homer also gives Menelaus a unique fate. While most Greek heroes die bloody deaths or vanish into obscurity, Menelaus is rewarded. According to Book 4 of the Odyssey, he will not die at all. Because he is the husband of Helen, daughter of Zeus, he is destined to be sent at the end of his life to the Elysian fields, a sort of Greek paradise at the edge of the world where the air is always mild, the sun never too hot, and heroes may relax without fear of divine punishment. It's an odd reward, given how much trouble he endured, but perhaps the gods felt he'd earned it. As for Helen, her later fate is as inconsistent as ever. In Sparta, she was worshipped after her death, or perhaps even before it. A temple to Helen stood there, and offerings were made in her name. Some said she had been taken to Olympus, made divine by Zeus himself. Others claimed she fled to Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of one of the Greek warriors who died at Troy, a bitter form of justice. And in some strange accounts, she even married again to Achilles himself in the afterlife, reunited in the Isles of the Blessed, where mythologies merge and old enmities are forgotten. But the Menelaus-Helen saga remains one of the most enigmatic. There are no great battles in their post-war tale, no wrath of Achilles, no suitors slain, just the slow, strange return of two people bound together by fate, reputation, and possibly very little else. And what do we make of Menelaus then? He is not the most glamorous of the Greeks, not the strongest, not the cleverest. He does not give stirring speeches or launch dramatic solo attacks. But he endures. He reclaims his wife. He survives the gods. He returns home. He is, in some ways, the everyman of the epic. Less radiant than Achilles, less sly than Odysseus, but steady. Slightly bewildered, often wrong-footed, but never broken. In the Iliad, he fights bravely but without glory. In the Odyssey, he rules with calm dignity. He is both cuckold and king, hero and husband. A man who simply wants his home, his wife, and a little peace, which, given the state of the Greek mythological world, is quite the ambition. Historically, Sparta in the late Bronze Age may indeed have been the seat of a powerful ruler. Its later martial reputation, so famous in the classical period, was not yet fully formed. Instead, it was a place of trade, of sanctuaries, of richly decorated tombs. Menelaus and Helen, if they lived at all, would have ruled over a land of olive groves, river valleys, and slowly fading Mycenaean splendor. Perhaps they walked together in the evenings, king and queen of a world already slipping into legend. Perhaps they said very little to each other. Perhaps they had said everything during the war, and the silence was what came next. Tonight, then, let us drift with them on those endless Mediterranean waters. The ship gently rocking, the stars above foreign shores, Proteus shifting in his sleep somewhere beneath the waves. The long way home stretching onward, lined with omens and olive trees. And if the gods allow, perhaps, just perhaps, the sea will stay calm until morning. Some men return from war with scars and silence, others with treasure. But Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned with stories, a great many of them. Whether he embellished a bit along the way or a great deal is beside the point. Tonight, we join him not for his triumphs, but for his meandering, frequently interrupted, occasionally bizarre 10-year journey home. Because for Odysseus, the war was only half the problem. The rest was everything else. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, begins after Troy, and it opens not with the king himself, but with his household in disarray. His wife, Penelope, is weaving and unweaving a shroud each night to stave off aggressive suitors. His son, Telemachus, is awkward, moody, and increasingly suspicious that his father is never coming back. And the kingdom of Ithaca is slowly, inevitably, becoming someone else's. But where is Odysseus? Stranded, as it happens, on an island with a goddess. Her name is Calypso, and she is in no hurry to let him leave. For 7 years, she keeps him in a kind of bittersweet captivity, offering him immortality, love, and a worry-free existence. He declines, which may strike you as a strange choice. Immortality and divine companionship are nothing to sneeze at. But Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is a man fixated on home, even if home is full of suitors drinking his wine and eyeing his wife. Eventually, the gods intervene. Hermes arrives with a message from Zeus. Let him go. Calypso, grumbling, obeys. Odysseus builds a raft and sets sail, only to be shipwrecked almost immediately by Poseidon, who still holds a grudge. The sea god had never forgiven Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. More on that shortly. He washes up on the shores of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, who are helpful, curious, and, crucially, enjoy a good tale. Here, Odysseus finally begins to recount what's happened since Troy. His adventures unfold in a long, winding flashback, a kind of dinner-party storytelling session with a side of trauma. It begins with his first detour, Ismarus, land of the sick ones, where his men plunder a town only to be ambushed in return. A tactical misstep, if we're being generous. Next, the Lotus Eaters. Harmless, dreamy folk who offer his crew fruit that makes them forget everything, including the desire to return home. Odysseus has to physically drag his men back to the ships. It's the first hint that homecoming, for some, might not be as appealing as advertised. Then comes the Cyclops. Odysseus and his crew stumble upon the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd of considerable size and poor manners. They help themselves to his cheese and wine, rude, and are promptly trapped inside. Polyphemus begins eating them one by one. Odysseus, ever the schemer, tells the Cyclops his name is nobody, gets him drunk, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye while he sleeps. The next morning, when Polyphemus howls for help, the other Cyclops ask who's hurting him. Nobody, he bellows, and so they leave him alone. A clever trick, but one that comes with a price. As they flee, Odysseus shouts his real name back to the blinded Cyclops. Because, of course, he does. Pride. It undoes many a Greek hero. Polyphemus prays to his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, and the sea god obliges. From here, it all unravels. At Aeolia, the god Aeolus gives Odysseus a bag containing all the winds. A rather generous gift. So close to Ithaca they can see the shoreline. Odysseus' crew, suspecting treasure, opens the bag. The winds explode, the ship is thrown back to Aeolia, and this time Aeolus refuses to help. Understandably. Next stop, Laestrygonians, giant cannibals. They destroy most of his fleet and eat quite a few men. Only one ship escapes. Then Circe, a sorceress who turns men into pigs. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resists her magic and becomes her lover instead. They stay a year. It's becoming a theme. Circe eventually helps him with directions. But to proceed, he must visit the underworld and speak with the prophet Tiresias. Down he goes, offering blood and prayers. In the gloom of Hades, he meets the ghost of Elpenor, one of his men who fell off a roof. He sees his mother long dead. He speaks to Achilles, who admits that he'd rather be a poor farmer among the living than a lord among the dead. Even the great heroes, it seems, tire of their own glory. From the dead, Odysseus returns to Circe, then sets off again. Next, the sirens. Their song lures sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever curious, wants to hear it. He plugs his men's ears with wax and ties himself to the mast. The song is haunting, irresistible, but he cannot move, and so they pass safely. Then Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster on one side, a deadly whirlpool on the other. They sail between the two, losing men to Scylla's snapping heads. It's not exactly a win, but it's better than total annihilation. Eventually, they land on Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. They are warned not to touch his sacred cattle. Odysseus insists they obey, but when food runs out, his men predictably slaughter the cows. Helios complains to Zeus, who sends a storm to destroy the ship. Only Odysseus survives. He clings to driftwood, floats for days, and washes up on Ægidia, the island of Calypso. And thus the loop is complete. Back in the present, the Phaeacians, moved by his tale, offer Odysseus passage home. Poseidon, still cranky, turns their ship to stone. But Odysseus at last sets foot on Ithaca. He doesn't announce himself immediately. Always cautious, always calculating. Disguised as a beggar, thanks to Athena's help, he enters his own palace and surveys the chaos. Over 100 suitors have taken residence, drinking, feasting, and pressing Penelope to choose a new husband. Penelope, for her part, has stalled brilliantly. She told them she'd choose once she finished weaving a shroud for Odysseus's father. Each night she undid her day's work. For 3 years they were fooled. Eventually they caught her, but still she held firm. A woman of quiet genius, Odysseus, still disguised, is mocked by the suitors. He endures it, waits, plans. Finally he reveals himself. By stringing his old bow and shooting an arrow through 12 axe heads, a feat no one else could match. Then he kills them all, every last suitor, with arrows, swords, and help from his son and a few loyal servants. The great hall of Ithaca is soaked in blood. The crime in Homer's eyes is not vengeance, but hospitality violated. These men overstepped, and now the reckoning has come. But even after this, peace is not guaranteed. The families of the slain suitors rise up, ready to continue the cycle. Athena intervenes. A fragile truce is declared. And finally, the home that Odysseus longed for becomes his again. Not just in bricks and walls, but in name and rule and quiet. Now the curious thing about Odysseus is that his tale doesn't end there. In some later traditions, Odysseus doesn't stay home. One version claims he grows restless and sets off again, this time westward, beyond the known world, seeking to find where the sea ends. Others say he was eventually killed by his own son, Telegonus, born of Circe, who arrives unknowingly in Ithaca and strikes down his father by mistake with a poisoned spear. A rather Greek ending that faded, ironic, and familial. But in Homer's version, Odysseus remains. Older, weathered, a king once more. Historically, the island of Ithaca, or rather the various locations claiming to be it, has been the subject of much scholarly debate. Some archaeologists believe the Homeric Ithaca may not align with the modern island bearing the name. Others insist it does. Regardless, the Odyssey captures the essence of what it meant to be Greek in that age. To travel, to long for home, and to be wary of gifts from strangers. Odysseus stands apart from the other Greek heroes. Achilles sought glory, Agamemnon power, Menelaus perhaps restoration. But Odysseus sought survival. He lies, cheats, weeps, hides yet endures. He is flawed, brilliant, deeply human. The gods both love and torment him. The world resists him, but he adapts. He thinks, and slowly, painfully he wins. And so tonight, let us rest beside him. Our clever king finally still. The storm has passed. The hearth is warm. The suitors are gone. Penelope sleeps nearby. The long oar lies in the corner, silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Odysseus dreams not of monsters or witches, but of olive trees, and the smell of bread baking, and the sound of waves brushing softly against the shore of home. It is one thing to be the hero of a great war, quite another to be the son of one. If Odysseus endured storms and monsters, his son Telemachus faced a different kind of trial altogether. The quiet, grating kind of hardship that involves waiting, watching, and wondering whether your father is ever coming home, or if the songs sung about him are more flattering than factual. When the Odyssey opens, Telemachus is no longer a boy, but not quite a man. He is, to borrow a Greek word, nepios, still soft of chin and uncertain of purpose. He lives in a palace overrun by suitors, where the food is being eaten, the wine poured too freely, and the servants uncertain where their loyalties lie. His mother Penelope weaves in the day and unweaves in the night, stalling the inevitable. But time, like the gods, waits for no one, and so Telemachus is forced into an uncomfortable position, half prince, half hostage, drifting through his own halls like a ghost of what should have been. No father, no control, only whispers of glory and an ever-tightening knot of expectation. Eventually Athena, as is often the case when men are floundering, steps in, disguised as mentor, a name which would later be borrowed for the role of any wise advisor, though here it's quite literal. She encourages the lad to do something positively un-Greek, talk about his feelings and make a plan. Telemachus, emboldened by divine pep talk, sets off on a small but significant voyage. He sails to Pylos to visit Nestor, the venerable king and veteran of Troy, and then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen are holding court in relative serenity. In both places, he asks the same question: "Have you seen my father?" The answers are vague, scattered. Odysseus is alive, perhaps, or dead, or something in between. But the journey itself is more important than the destination. For the first time, Telemachus acts. He steps beyond the shadow of absence and into the uncertain light of selfhood. Meanwhile, Odysseus is making his own belated return. When the two are reunited in Ithaca, it is not the tearful embrace of storybooks. Odysseus, in disguise, reveals himself carefully. Telemachus does not know what to believe. The man has been gone for 20 years. He has, perhaps, become more myth than father. But belief once lit is hard to extinguish. They scheme together, they strike together, and in the end, they stand side by side over the corpses of the shooters. Father and son united not in words, but in shared purpose and spilled blood. Yet what happens after the vengeance? After the hall has been cleaned, the bow hung, and the island quiet once more? Here the stories splinter. In some versions, Telemachus becomes king after Odysseus's eventual death. In others, he leaves Ithaca behind entirely. One tradition, found in later Greek sources, claims that Telemachus marries Circe. Yes, that's Circe, the enchantress who once turned his father's men into pigs. In an act of mythological neatness, Odysseus's son and his former lover build a new dynasty on the island of Aiaia. Together, they have a son named Latinus, who, depending on your source, goes on to found part of Italy. The myth is fluid, as always, and the past has a tendency to loop back on itself in peculiar ways. There's also the tale of Telegonus, Circe's son with Odysseus. In one particularly ironic telling, Telegonus grows up unaware of his father's identity, sails off to find him, and accidentally kills him with a spear tipped with the venom of a stingray. In a gesture of mythical symmetry, he then marries Penelope, his father's widow, and Telemachus marries Circe. And so the entire family becomes a kind of mythological Rubik's Cube, scrambled, reconfigured, but somehow still functional. Let's take a moment to exhale. These tales, shifting and contradictory, are not meant to be consistent. The Greeks didn't worry about canon the way we do. Instead, they allowed their myths to breathe, expand, and change with the needs of each city, each poet, each generation. Telemachus, then, isn't a single character. He is an idea, a young man caught between legacy and identity, between the weight of his father's name and the pressure to make his own. Historically, the role of sons in ancient Greece was a serious business. Inheritance passed from father to son. The son was expected to honor the household gods, to maintain the family reputation, and to perform the funeral rites without fail. A man without sons was, in a sense, erased from the ongoing story of his oikos, his household, his lineage. Yet, as in myth, the position of sons was rarely simple. Take Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who we discussed in Chapter 7. He avenged his father by killing his mother. Not exactly a tale you'd want performed at your birthday feast. Or Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who went to war after his father died. took a central role in Troy's final destruction, and eventually met a murky end, killed in some stories by Orestes no less. Greek myth is a tangled net, and everyone gets caught eventually. These sons often inherited not only lands and titles, but the consequences of divine feuds, ancestral curses, and badly timed oracles. For every golden shield passed down, there seemed to be a family ghost lurking in the vestibule. Even Aeneas, a Trojan rather than a Greek, fits this mold. The son of Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, Aeneas carries his aged father on his back out of burning Troy, a moving image that would echo down through Roman poetry. He is the dutiful son, chosen by fate to found what will one day become Rome. Yet his path, too, is lane with war, wandering, and loss. These sons, like Telemachus, grew up not in the warmth of victory, but in the cold ash of aftermath. They inherited stories and wounds, and the knowledge that the age of heroes was slipping away, replaced not by peace, but by memory. There is something strangely modern about Telemachus. He is not interested in glory for its own sake. He is thoughtful, hesitant, observant. When Homer describes him in the Odyssey, it is often in quiet terms. He listens more than he speaks. He weighs each word. He watches his mother's sorrow and understands it without being consumed by it. He is, if you like, the transitional figure between the old world and the new. Odysseus is a man of cleverness, disguise, and decisive action. Telemachus is a man of reflection, diplomacy, and restraint. He stands at the threshold of myth and history, a figure shaped by the echoes of war but not beholden to them. In this way, he speaks to the later Greeks, those of the classical period, who looked back on the age of heroes as a time of splendor and savagery. Telemachus becomes a bridge, linking the impulsive blood feuds of the past with the more measured civic virtues of the present. And yet, he is still a son, still waiting for a father, still learning, as all sons must, that the man you idolize is rarely the man you get. Odysseus returns not as a shining hero, but as a weary, wily stranger who must be relearned, ret-rusted, reloved. Their relationship is not forged on battlefields, but around the slow rebuilding of a life interrupted. What remains of Telemachus in the end is not his name in epic songs, nor his slaying of suitors, nor his potential marriage to a sorceress. What lingers is the quiet dignity of his arc, a young man growing up in the long shadow of war and finding, however haltingly, his own way forward. And perhaps that is the final message of these post-Trojan tales, that while the heroes crashed and burned in spectacular fashion, stabbed in bathtubs, drowned at sea, cursed by gods, their children carried on. They endured. They inherited not just the chaos, but the slow business of healing, of ruling, of remembering. For myth is not just the story of how wars are won, it is the story of what happens after. The rebuilding, the forgiveness, the inevitable forgetting. Telemachus, and others like him, remind us that every heroic age must end, and when it does, it falls to quieter hands to pick up the pieces. So tonight, let us imagine Telemachus in Ithaca, not the awkward boy scanning the sea for a sail, but the man walking the halls of a repaired palace. The roof mended, the suit has gone, the name of his father still spoken, but no longer clung to. Penelope weaving not in dread, but in peace. The wind outside is gentle, the stars indifferent, and somewhere in the corner, the great bow of Odysseus gathers dust. The age of heroes has ended. The age of men and memory has begun. Let us begin not with bloodshed, but with a party. A grand one at that, the kind of divine wedding that demands golden goblets, celestial harpists, and the sort of banquet where mortals are most definitely not invited. The setting is somewhere between the heavens and the wine-dark sea. The marriage of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph of surpassing beauty and uncertain temperament. One day she's calming the waves. The next she's turning into a fire-breathing lioness. You know how it is with sea nymphs, slippery in every sense of the word. Now, this was not your average wedding. The gods themselves were in attendance: Zeus, Hera, Athena, Apollo, even Dionysus, who no doubt came for the wine in Stadeville's drama. You see, it had been prophesied that Thetis's child would one day outshine his father. Naturally, the gods, being the divine equivalent of power-hungry middle managers, decided that none of them fancied raising a demigod who might overthrow them. So they married her off to a mortal instead. The lucky man? Peleus, a respectable enough Thessalian warrior who probably didn't ask too many questions. Now, here is where our story begins to turn from celebration to catastrophe. You see, someone was not invited to the wedding. That someone was Eris, goddess of strife, discord, and all things inconvenient. Think of her as the divine embodiment of a poorly timed group text. Snubbed and seething, Eris did what anyone in her position might do. She showed up anyway and brought a gift. A golden apple, shining and lovely, with 3 little words carved into its surface. To the fairest. She tossed it into the hall, watched the room grow quiet, and likely walked away with a satisfied smirk. The gods, one might think, would be above petty squabbles over a shiny piece of fruit. But no. Dignity fled the building faster than Hermes on market day. 3 goddesses laid claim to the apple. Hera, queen of Olympus, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and complicating everything. Each one believed herself the rightful recipient, and each was, in her own way, terrifying enough to make the others second-guess it. Faced with this celestial beauty contest, the gods did what many bureaucracies do when confronted with a no-win scenario. They passed the problem to someone else. Enter Paris, Prince of Troy, a man whose later decisions would suggest that judgment was not his strong suit. But at this moment he was a shepherd on Mount Ida. Having been quietly removed from royal life due to a prophecy that he would one day cause the destruction of Troy, naturally his family decided to abandon him as a child. Just in case. Still, he grew up handsome and healthy and, more importantly, utterly unprepared to referee a divine pageant. The 3 goddesses appeared before Paris, not in mortal modesty, mind you, but in full divine radiance. Each offered him a bribe. Hera promised power, kingship over all of Asia. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. But Aphrodite, always knowing her audience, promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, thinking like a young man and not a geopolitical strategist, handed the apple to Aphrodite. And thus the world began to burn. Now, who exactly was this most beautiful woman in the world? Her name was Helen, Queen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, or possibly Nemesis, depending on which version you read. She had been courted by many Greek kings, all of whom had once nearly come to blows over her. To avoid conflict, Her mortal father King Tyndareus had made all the suitors swear an oath that they would respect Helen's choice, and if anyone ever took her away, they would all band together to bring her back. An early example of what you might call a foreign policy nightmare waiting to happen. Helen eventually chose Menelaus, a capable if somewhat humorless king of Sparta. They were married, and for a time things were peaceful. That is, until Paris showed up under the pretense of diplomacy, and then, with Aphrodite's encouragement, either seduced or abducted Helen. It rather depends on the source. In Homer's Iliad, Helen seems weary, regretful, and passive. In Euripides's version, she's more assertive. Later poets go further, claiming Helen never even went to Troy, just a phantom version, while the real one sat out the war in Egypt like a mildly annoyed chess piece. Whichever version you choose, the result is the same. Paris sails back to Troy with Helen, and Menelaus, enraged, calls in every king, prince, and warrior who once pledged an oath to protect her. And this is where myth begins to collide with history. Scholars have long debated whether the Trojan War actually happened. Was there a real conflict between Mycenaean Greeks and a city on the coast of Anatolia, one perhaps called Walusa, a name that bears uncanny resemblance to Ilium, another name for Troy? Archaeological digs at Hisalic, the presumed site of Troy, reveal a city that was destroyed, not once, but several times by fire and war. Trade routes passed through this region. Riches flowed. Conflicts surely followed. So while gods may not have hurled spears from Olympus, someone likely hurled something over those walls. And now, back to myth, the Greeks began to assemble. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, and brother to Menelaus, took charge. Not because he was particularly loved, he wasn't, but because he had the ships, the swords, and a rather loud voice. Other kings answered the call. Odysseus, the clever one, Nestor, the talkative one, Ajax, the strong and silent type, and most famously Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis, the very couple whose wedding had started this mess in the first place. Achilles was a prince of fear, raised by a centaur named Chiron, as you do, and trained to be the greatest warrior of his age. His mother, fearing he would die young, dipped him in the river Styx to make him invulnerable, everywhere except the heel by which she held him. This, of course, gives us the term Achilles' heel, and reminds us that even the mightiest have their soft spots, sometimes quite literally. But not all heroes were eager to join the war. Odysseus, ever the tactician, feigned madness to avoid leaving his young son. He yoked an ox and a donkey to a plow, and began sowing salt into his fields, until a clever Greek placed his infant son in front of the plow. Odysseus swerved, proving he was sane, and was promptly dragged off to war. Achilles, too, was hidden, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. This plan lasted until Odysseus came bearing trinkets and weapons, laying them out before the maidens. Achilles naturally went straight for the sword. Boys will be boys even when wearing a dress. So the ships assembled, 1,000 of them, legend says, and the winds were ready. Or were they? At the port of Aulis, the fleet was becalmed. The gods, you see, were not so easily manipulated. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, had been offended, likely by Agamemnon, who either boasted of his skill or killed a sacred deer. As a result, she demanded a price: the sacrifice of Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. This is one of those moments where Greek myth takes a very sharp turn from pageantry to tragedy. Agamemnon hesitated, understandably so, But in the end, ambition won out over love. Iphigenia was lured to Aulis under the promise of marriage to Achilles, and there she was sacrificed. Some versions offer a gentler ending. Artemis whisked her away at the last moment and left a deer in her place. But most tell it straight. Agamemnon killed his daughter, and the winds began to blow. It was a grim start to a grim war. And so, with divine grudges simmering, oaths invoked, and personal tragedies mounting, the 1,000 ships set sail for Troy, not knowing they would remain there for 10 years, the cost of their pride and vengeance, and certainly not knowing that by the time it ended, nearly all of them would be dead, disgraced, or eternally wandering. But that, dear listener, is a tale for the next chapter. For now, rest easy, for even the greatest war in myth began not with a sword, but with a wedding, an insult, and a single apple. Let us turn now from the divine chaos of golden apples and goddesses to the woman who would, according to some, launch 1,000 ships. That may be a bit of an exaggeration. Poets have never been known for restraint. But it's fair to say that Helen of Sparta, later of Troy, was at the very heart of the storm. Helen's story begins before she was even born, which is always a worrying sign. Her mother Leda was queen of Sparta. One afternoon, Zeus, that most persistent of Olympians, spotted her from the heavens and decided, as he often did, to seduce her. But rather than appear himself, divine, radiant, occasionally wielding thunder, he chose instead to transform into a swan. Because of course he did. The result of this peculiar encounter was, depending on the version, either an egg or several. Yes, Leda laid eggs. Myths, as you'll find, are very particular about the strange and not terribly interested in the plausible. From these eggs hatched Helen, and sometimes also her brothers Castor and Pollux, and her sister Clytemnestra, who will later become very important when things begin to unravel back in Greece. But for now, Helen was raised in royal luxury. She was, from the beginning, a marvel, not just beautiful. Her beauty, we're told, was divinely beautiful, the kind that made men sigh, women whisper, and kings behave very badly. Now, as Helen came of age, she was pursued by just about every eligible man in the Hellenic world. Her suitors included the finest warriors, princes, and kings, including Odysseus, Ajax, and Menelaus. There were so many that her mortal father Tyndareus rightly feared that whoever he chose, the others would almost certainly take offense, start a war, and probably ruin the hedgerows on the way out. So, on the advice of Odysseus, ever the strategist, Tyndareus made the suitors swear a binding oath, the oath of Tyndareus. They would all agree to honor Helen's choice, and, more importantly, to protect the chosen husband should anyone ever try to take her from him. A clever solution, and one destined, as clever solutions often are in Greek myth, to backfire spectacularly. Helen chose Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon and future king of Sparta. Now, Menelaus was competent, wealthy, respected, not particularly charming but not easily ignored, the kind of man who polishes his own armor and expects you to notice. Helen and Menelaus were married, and for a time all was well. They had a daughter Hermione, settled in the Spartan palace, and reigned peacefully over a well-ordered kingdom. And then Paris arrived. Paris, son of Priam and Hecuba of Troy, had been raised not as a prince but as a humble shepherd, a common trick in myth when someone's birth is accompanied by a troubling prophecy. In Paris's case, the prophecy was specific and rather ominous. He would cause the downfall of Troy. So, naturally, his parents did what any responsible monarchs would do. They abandoned him in the wilderness. Unfortunately, Paris survived. Raised among shepherds, he grew into a man of striking beauty and very little foresight. He was eventually welcomed back into the royal family, prophecy presumably forgotten in the excitement. Not long after, he was sent on a diplomatic mission to Greece, officially to establish friendly relations, unofficially to stir up the plot. When Paris arrived in Sparta, Menelaus welcomed him warmly. A gracious host by Greek standards, which usually meant offering food, wine, and not stabbing anyone. But then Menelaus was called away to attend a funeral. Paris, ever the opportunist and heavily influenced by Aphrodite, who had promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, took advantage of the king's absence. Whether Helen was a willing accomplice or a victim of divine manipulation is one of the great ambiguities of ancient myth. Homer's Iliad presents her as conflicted, ashamed, reflective, but not clearly coerced. Later tragedians, such as Euripides, give her more agency or none at all, depending on the tone. Some versions, like the Helen of Euripides, go so far as to say she never went to Troy, that Paris stole only a phantom image while the real Helen remained in Egypt, as confused as anyone. But the popular version holds that Helen went with Paris, sailing across the Aegean to Troy and leaving behind her husband, her child, and more importantly, the oath that bound all her former suitors. When Menelaus returned to find his wife gone and his honor publicly shredded, he did not mourn in silence. He invoked the oath. Across Greece messengers were sent. Kings were summoned. Old alliances reawakened. Even those who had long since moved on were now bound by a sacred promise. And what a collection of heroes it was. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, assumed command. He was ambitious, proud, and not above sacrificing his daughter when the wind refused to blow. But that's a tale we touched on earlier. Odysseus tried to stay out of it. He had a young son, a clever wife, and no interest in foreign entanglements. So he pretended to be mad, plowing his fields with salt. But when Greek agents placed his infant son Telemachus in front of the plow, Odysseus swerved, proving his sanity and sealing his fate. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, was also reluctant. His mother Thetis had hidden him away on the island of Skyros, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. Why? Because it was foretold that if Achilles went to war, he would not return. But again, Odysseus came up with a solution. He laid out gifts for the girls: combs, bracelets, mirrors, and one sword. Achilles chose the weapon. Predictable but effective. In time, a vast army gathered. Ships were prepared. Legend says 1,000 ships, and the greatest force the Greek world had ever known assembled under Agamemnon's banner. Before they sailed, however, they needed a good omen. You see, the Greeks took signs very seriously. The gods didn't send text messages, but they did send birds. At Aulis, a serpent appeared and devoured 9 sparrows before turning to stone. The seer Calchas declared this meant the war would last 9 years, and Troy would fall in the 10th. One imagines morale dipped slightly. Even so, the Greeks launched their expedition, but they didn't find Troy immediately. First, they accidentally attacked Tithrania, a city that rather unfortunately looked quite a bit like Troy. Geography, it turns out, was not the Greeks' strong suit. Eventually, they reached Troy and established a camp along the shores outside the city's mighty walls. These walls, according to myth, had been built by Apollo and Poseidon in disguise, when they were briefly punished to serve King Laomedon. So they were, to put it mildly, sturdy. This would not be a quick war. Inside Troy, Helen was received, not as a prisoner, but as a queen. Priam, the aged king, treated her kindly. His son Hector, the city's greatest warrior, was polite, if somewhat disapproving. The city, for all its splendor, had become a cage. Helen was now the face of a conflict she had little control over, worshipped and blamed in equal measure. The war, meanwhile, settled into a long and grinding stalemate. Raids, skirmishes, and embassies followed. Heroes rose and fell. And through it all, Helen remained at the center, not fighting but watching. Her story is one of paradox. She is both victim and agent, loved and hated, remembered not for her deeds but for her presence. Her role as the prize over which the greatest warriors bled and perished. And what of Helen herself? Well, the myths offer no simple answers. Some say she came to love Paris, then hated him. Some say she pitied Menelaus, then despised him. In one version, when Troy falls, she returns to Sparta with her husband, who forgives her. In another, she is strangled by Menelaus' mother in a fit of righteous fury. The poets could never quite decide what to do with her. She was too beautiful to be evil, too dangerous to be good. She was, perhaps, the embodiment of the war itself. Not rational, not fair, but entirely inevitable. And thus, with Helen in Troy, Menelaus in fury, and every king in Greece committed to vengeance, the stage was fully set. The war had not yet begun in earnest, but the fuse had been lit. The walls of Troy still stood tall, but every god, every mortal, and every poet knew they would not stand forever. In our next chapter, we'll meet the full cast of heroes and begin the siege proper. A war of pride, prophecy, and tragedy that would shape not only myth, but the entire identity of the ancient Greek world. For now, rest, dear listener. The storm is gathering, but there is still time before the swords begin to sing. It is a strange thing, preparing for a war that has not yet begun. The swords have not been drawn, the ships not yet launched, but the decisions made in these moments, the quiet ones, the stubborn ones, echo as loudly as the battle cries to come. And so we find ourselves back in Greece, where alliances are being called upon, oaths remembered with theatrical seriousness, and kings emerging from the shadows of their own ambitions. The Greeks, or more properly, the Achaeans, were not one nation, but a loose collection of fiercely independent city-states, each with its own king, customs, dialects, and irritating sense of superiority. Her den then was rather like herding cats, large, armored, arrogant cats. And yet, somehow Agamemnon was the one to try. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, was not the most beloved of men. He had the charisma of wet marble and the diplomatic subtlety of a battering ram, but he had ships. And, in Bronze Age Greece, that made all the difference. He was also the brother of Menelaus, whose wife Helen had just absconded with a Trojan prince, or been abducted, depending on whom you asked. Either way, it was Agamemnon's duty to help, and, not incidentally, to increase his own power while doing so. But before we set sail, Let us first meet the key players of this great war. Some of the finest names ever shouted across a battlefield or penned into epic verse. There was Odysseus, king of Ithaca. Cunning, sardonic, and too clever by half, he would rather be farming than fighting. When the summons came, Odysseus attempted to dodge the draft by pretending to be mad. He yoked a donkey and an ox together and began plowing his fields with salt. Unfortunately for him, the Greeks had brought a man named Palamedes, who was even cleverer. Palamedes placed baby Telemachus, Odysseus's infant son, in front of the plow. Odysseus swerved. Sanity revealed. Off to war he went, fuming all the while. Then there was Achilles, the son of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph with a gift for dramatic exits. Achilles had been raised by the wise centaur Chiron, who taught him medicine, music, hunting, and more importantly, how to kill things gracefully. Now Thetis had received a prophecy. Her son would either live a long, quiet life and be forgotten, or die young in glory and be remembered forever. She, understandably, preferred the first option. So she hid Achilles on the island of Skyros, disguised as a girl. It's unclear how convincingly he played the part, but he lived among the daughters of kingly comedies, perhaps hoping that history would simply forget him. History, of course, never forgets Achilles. Odysseus was sent to fetch him. Knowing that no warrior could resist the call of glory or the clink of bronze, he laid out gifts before the girls. Fine robes, trinkets, and one gleaming sword. Achilles, predictably, reached for the sword. A trumpet was sounded, and the ruse collapsed. Achilles, now revealed, was promised honor, plunder, and everlasting fame. He accepted. He also brought with him his lifelong companion, Patroclus, who would become as vital to the war as any sword or shield. Others joined, too. Ajax the Greater, son of Telamon, a towering brute of a man, strong as a bull and roughly as eloquent. Diomedes, a young king of Argos, known for his ferocity and surprising reverence for the gods. Nestor, the aged king of Pylos, who spoke mostly in long-winded stories about how things had been better in his day, and who somehow made everyone listen. And Calchas the seer, who claimed to read the will of the gods by studying the flight of birds, the livers of sacrificed animals, and one suspects the fine art of educated guessing. Altogether, they gathered their men, their ships, and their supplies at the port of Aulis, a windswept harbor on the eastern coast of Boeotia. It was here, legend tells us, that the Greek fleet assembled 1,000 ships, if Homer is to be believed. It is a lovely round number and deeply impractical. But myth was never built on practicality. And then nothing happened. The ships were ready. The men were restless. The gods, however, were silent. No wind stirred the sails. The sea lay as flat as a philosopher's expression, a calm so total it felt like divine punishment. And indeed, that's exactly what it was. You see, Agamemnon had made a mistake. While out hunting, he had killed a sacred stag, an animal beloved by Artemis, goddess of the hunt, protector of maidens, and not one to take a slight quietly. As if that weren't enough, he had allegedly boasted that he was the better hunter, which, one imagines, was the mythological equivalent of poking a sleeping bear with a borrowed spear. So Artemis refused to let the winds blow. The ships would remain trapped at Aulis unless Agamemnon made amends. And by amends, she meant sacrificing his daughter Iphigenia. This, needless to say, did not go over well. Agamemnon hesitated. He wept. He argued. He appealed to the gods. But in the end, he agreed. For the sake of the war, for the sake of honor, vengeance, and all the usual platitudes, he sent word to his wife Clytemnestra that their daughter was to be married to Achilles. A lie, of course, fatal one. Iphigenia arrived, excited, perhaps even blushing, and was led to the altar. Some stories say she was killed. Others say Artemis, in a rare act of mercy, whisked her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Either way, the deed was done. The winds returned, the sails billowed, and the Greek fleet at last set out across the Aegean Sea. But their first stop was not Troy. In one of those inconvenient footnotes that history tends to skip over, they accidentally landed in Trania, a city in Mysia. Believing it to be Troy, again, ancient navigation was more art than science. They attacked. The ruler there, Telephus, was wounded by Achilles and fled. Later, in a neat twist of irony, he was healed by Achilles, using the very spear that had pierced him. The Greeks, it seems, could be both destructive and useful, sometimes in the same breath. Eventually, the fleet reached the shores of Troy, a city on the western coast of what is now Turkey. The Trojans watched from their walls as the horizon filled with black sails. And they prepared. Let us pause here to consider what sort of city Troy might have been. The archaeological site known today as Hazalik in northwestern Turkey reveals layer upon layer of cities built and destroyed over centuries. One of these layers, Troy 6 or 7, shows signs of fire, war, and abrupt ruin. There are fortification walls, storage jars, and signs of trade with the Mycenaean world. Whether it was the Troy of Homer, we'll never know for certain, but the echoes are there. The Trojans, too, had their heroes. Priam, the old king, wise and weary, ruled from the citadel. His wife, Hecuba, kept a close court. Their sons were many, but most famous was Hector, the defender of Troy. A prince, a husband, a father, and a man who fought not for glory but for duty. Beside him stood Aeneas, a noble warrior said to be the son of Aphrodite herself, a lineage that would one day lead, also Virgil claimed, to the founding of Rome. And, of course, there was Paris, whose stolen bride, Helen, was now a guest or prisoner in the palace. Her presence was a source of both pride and tension. Some saw her as the rightful queen, others saw her as the cause of the coming disaster. And so, as the Greek ships landed and the beach was fortified, both sides prepared for war, not knowing that it would last 10 years, that it would claim the lives of almost every hero present, and that it would change the mythology forever. But that is the nature of war in the ancient world. It begins not with battle cries but with whispers, with broken promises, divine grudges, and the slow gathering of storm clouds. The Greeks had assembled, the winds had turned, the gods were watching, and somewhere in the wings, Fate, that ancient, tireless weaver, had already begun her work. By now, the 1,000 ships had crossed the wine-dark sea and anchored off the coast of a city destined to become legend. Troy, called Ilium by the Greeks, it stood proud upon the edge of the Hellespont, a glittering crossroads of east and west. To modern ears, Troy may sound like a mere myth, a place of poetry and gods and overlong battles. But beneath the layers of story lies a very real city. Archaeologists believe it may have been located at Hazarlik in northwestern Anatolia. Here, a great walled city once stood, and fell more than once, its ruins layered like pages in a long tragic novel. Some layers show fire, some arrowheads, some clay tablets hinting at trade, diplomacy, and war. This was a place where myth met mortar. And now the Greeks had come to knock. As they landed on the shore, they began constructing their camp, not a quick skirmish outpost, but a long-term beachfront operation. Think less glorious charge and more tent city with strong opinions. They dragged their ships onto the sand and built a palisade wall. They created a trench. They even designated zones for sleeping, cooking, and, rather optimistically, for celebrating victory. Achilles and his myrmidons took the southern flank. Ajax and the men of Salamis stood guard to the north. Odysseus naturally had a clever supply route. The Greeks were not united in temperament, but they were, at least for now, united in purpose. Troy, for its part, did not panic. The city was protected by colossal walls, allegedly built by Apollo and Poseidon themselves. These divine contractors, according to myth, had been briefly punished by Zeus and ordered to serve King Laomedon of Troy. They built the walls so strong, so high, that no mortal force could breach them, at least not by strength alone. And within those walls lived the Trojans, who were not the villains that later Greek propaganda might suggest. King Priam, now elderly, ruled with surprising dignity given the circumstances. His court was filled with sons, daughters, and advisors. His wife, Hecuba, was sharp and formidable, and quite frankly more perceptive than most of the warriors outside the gates. The jewel of Troy's defense was Hector, firstborn son of Priam and Hecuba. He was no demigod, no half-immortal brute. He was simply a man, but a man of iron loyalty, skilled arms, and noble restraint. He fought not for fame, but for his city, his family, and his little son Astyanax, who toddled through the palace halls unaware of the deathly fate history was already scribbling on his future. And of course there was Paris, the younger son, less noble, more complicated. Paris had, you may recall, won Helen from the gods. He was beautiful, charming, and utterly unequipped for the fallout of his decisions. In Homer's Iliad, Paris is not evil nor cruel, just painfully aware that he's not built for battlefield glory. He's the man who started a war with a kiss and then spent most of it dodging the consequences. As for Helen, she now lived in the upper chambers of the palace. Opinions varied. Some in Troy admired her grace, her refinement, her almost supernatural beauty. Others, more practical, less bewitched, blamed her for the war. One imagines she heard the whispers. In the Iliad, she is both self-aware and self-loathing. "Would that I had died before I followed your son here," she says to Priam. And yet she remains. The war began, not with the toppling of towers but with raids. The Greeks, unable to breach the walls, resorted to attacking Trojan allies, towns along the coast, seizing supplies, enslaving women, and burning what they could not carry. It was this pattern, campaign, retreat, rest that defined the first 9 years of the war. During one such raid, the Greeks captured 2 women whose names would later ignite disaster. One was Chrysis, daughter of a Trojan priest of Apollo. She was given to Agamemnon. The other was Briseis, awarded to Achilles. They were not spoils in the sense of war trophies. They were grimly taken as concubines. And the gods, it turns out, were watching. When Chryseis' father pleaded for her return, and Agamemnon arrogantly refused, Apollo, god of plague, archery, and occasional poetic justice, loosed a pestilence on the Greek camp. Soldiers began to die. Animals perished. The air turned foul. Eventually, Agamemnon relented, though not without flair. He returned Chryseis to her father, yes, but demanded Briseis from Achilles in compensation. This, to put it mildly, was a mistake. Achilles, already smoldering with pride, withdrew from the war. He refused to fight. He refused to speak. He even refused to look at Agamemnon unless you count glaring. The mightiest Greek warrior had now stepped back. Sulking, some said, but in truth deeply wounded. In the heroic code, honor was more vital than armor. To be shamed in public was not merely insulting. It was soul-shattering. The Greek morale faltered. They pushed against the city, but without Achilles, they found themselves pressed thin. Hector, on the other hand, surged forward, rallying the Trojan troops and driving the Greeks back toward their ships. Skirmishes flared, chariots thundered, shields cracked, and still the walls of Troy held. But let us step back for a moment and consider what this war looked like, not in poetry but in Bronze Age terms. This was not trench warfare, nor massed armies of uniformed soldiers. It was chariots, short swords, and thrown spears, bronze, not iron. Armor was heavy and personal. Battles were small and often duels between champions, observed by spectators. Think rugby with more stabbing. War was also a ritual. Before fighting, warriors made speeches, sometimes to their enemies, boasting of lineage, exploits, and divine favor. Afterwards, they stripped the dead of armor and weapons, which were both valuable and symbolic. And yet, amid the stylized duels and epic speeches, there was also real loss. Entire towns destroyed, sons who never returned, women enslaved. The songs remember the heroes, but the silence belonged to the nameless dead. The Iliad, which covers only a few weeks in the 10th year, offers us a window into this moment of stalemate and sorrow. It's during this time that we meet the full cast of characters. Ajax the Greater wielding a massive shield like a moving wall. Diomedes, who wounds even Ares in battle. Nestor, the elder statesman, offering advice so long-winded that it likely outlasted some battles. And of course, the gods. Ah yes, the gods. They were not neutral observers. They took sides, bickering, scheming, sometimes even joining the fray. Hera, Athena, and Poseidon favored the Greeks. Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares sided with the Trojans. Zeus, nominally neutral, mostly tried to keep order and failed spectacularly. The gods bickered as much as the mortals did. One might even say more so. They threw divine tantrums, manipulated fates, and occasionally disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers just to meddle. Truly, the Olympians were the first micromanagers. Meanwhile, on the ground, the war slogged on. The Greeks, growing desperate without Achilles, attempted diplomacy. They sent an embassy to his tent. Odysseus, Phoenix, and Ajax came with offers of treasure, apologies, and even the return of Briseis. But Achilles, brooding in his tent, refused. Not out of petulance, but principle. His honor had been trampled. And in the world of Homeric warriors, honor was life. Still, even Achilles could not ignore what came next. Hector, bold and commanding, led the Trojans in a major offensive. He pushed the Greeks back to their ships, fires began to spread. It looked, for a moment, as if Troy might win not with cunning or strength, but with sheer persistence. This is the moment the war turned inward. The moment the greatest heroes of both sides stood at the brink, not yet colliding but fully revealed. For now the Greeks dug in, the Trojans pressed forward, and Helen watched from the walls, her fate, and everyone else's, still unwritten. The siege had begun. The walls stood tall, but something deeper had begun to crumble. Trust, pride, and the thin threads binding kings to kings. And so the 10th year dawned, with Achilles silent, Agamemnon humbled, and Hector rising. In our next chapter, the cracks will deepen. The war, which so far has simmered, will begin to boil. But for now, rest easy, dear listener. The ships are still anchored, the fires still smoke, and the gods, for the moment, have not yet drawn their final lots. When people imagine the Trojan War, they often picture a continuous roar of battle. Swords flashing, heroes shouting, gods hurling thunderbolts from the sky. But the truth, if such a thing exists in mythology, is a little less cinematic and a great deal more slow. Because for 9 long years, this war dragged on in the kind of grim, grinding fashion that would have tried the patience of even the most enthusiastic poet. A siege not of constant combat, but of attrition, raids, hunger, sickness, and the occasional divine tantrum. And perhaps that is why the Trojan War endures. Not simply because of the final blow, the horse, the fire, the fall, but because it reflects something very human. A grand idea that once in motion, no one can quite stop. A war waged out of honor that slowly becomes anything but. Let's return to the beach. The Greeks had built a camp along the shoreline, sprawling like a market left out too long in the sun. Their ships were drawn up and fortified behind a wall of stakes and trenches. They had everything they needed for a short war, which meant naturally that they were unprepared for a long one. Troy's mighty walls held firm, and the Trojans rarely ventured beyond them. Every attempt to storm the city ended in blood and frustration. And so, for most of those 9 years, the Greeks did what they could. They raided the surrounding countryside. They sacked towns loyal to Troy, seized food, livestock, gold, and, most tragically, women. These women were taken as concubines, slaves, bargaining chips. The war, for all its heroic verses, was also brutally transactional. And this is how Briseis and Chrysis entered the story. 2 women caught in the tide of war, handed to men as rewards, and ultimately used to ignite the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles, which we touched on before. But the cracks ran deeper than one quarrel. Beneath the polished speeches and bronze breastplates, the Greek coalition was starting to unravel. Agamemnon's leadership, while militarily sound, was unpopular. He had a knack for taking more than his share of spoils and offering less than his share of credit. Kings like Odysseus, Diomedes, and Ajax often found themselves balancing obedience with their own ambitions and growing irritation. Achilles, for his part, had withdrawn from the war entirely. His pride wounded, his honor insulted, he refused to fight. He spent much of these years in his tent, sharpening his weapons, practicing the lyre, and generally being a brooding icon of Bronze Age masculinity. Meanwhile, the Trojans were not idle. While the Greeks tore through the countryside, the Trojans formed new alliances. Reinforcements arrived from neighboring kingdoms, Lycians, Phrygians, and others whose names have been lost to time. Among these was a warrior named Sarpedon, son of Zeus, who fought with a quiet dignity that would later inspire even his enemies. Inside Troy, tensions simmered. The people suffered. Food grew scarce. Supplies from the interior were cut off by Greek patrols. And yet the walls held a symbol of endurance against overwhelming odds. As the war dragged on, both sides began to rely more heavily on divine favor, or at least the illusion of it. The Greeks sacrificed to Athena, Hera, and Poseidon. The Trojans looked to Apollo, Aphrodite, and Artemis. The gods, it must be said, behaved much like the mortals, bickering, sulking, playing favorites, and occasionally stomping onto the battlefield in disguise. There's a story, told in hushed tones by later poets, of a duel between Menelaus and Paris early in the war. The idea was simple: settle it man to man. One duel, one outcome. Fewer funerals. The duel was arranged. Menelaus, understandably angry, fought with a ferocity born of righteous fury. Paris, less heroic and more fashionable, was swiftly overwhelmed. As Menelaus prepared to finish him off, Aphrodite intervened, snatching Paris from the battlefield and placing him back in his chamber with Helen, who was, at this point, growing increasingly tired of this sort of nonsense. It's worth noting that Aphrodite did not ask anyone's permission. She simply decided, rather like an indulgent parent, that her favorite son had suffered enough. Menelaus, meanwhile, stood in the dust, sword still raised, wondering what on earth just happened. The war, it seemed, would not be decided by honor. There were moments of glory, to be sure. One of the brightest stars of this middle period was Diomedes, king of Argos, who fought with such relentless precision that even the gods noticed. At one point, Diomedes, assisted by Athena, who temporarily gave him the ability to see gods on the battlefield, wounded Aphrodite herself. Yes, a mortal man cut the flesh of a goddess. It was, frankly, an embarrassing moment for her. She fled to Olympus, bloodied and wailing, and Zeus gently suggested that perhaps war was not the best arena for someone whose chief weapon was a love charm. Later, Diomedes even wounded Ares, the god of war. Ares, in turn, did what all warriors fear most. He complained to his father. Zeus, unimpressed, told him to stop being dramatic and get back to it. These episodes, while entertaining, tell us something deeper. The war had become so tangled, so stretched, that the divine and mortal realms had begun to blur. The gods were not distant, silent observers. They were, quite literally, in the thick of it, sulking, scheming, bleeding. Yet even as heroes fell and cities burned, the war refused to end. Like a bad dinner guest, it lingered past its welcome. Back in the Greek camp, Achilles remained absent from the battlefield, a decision that continued to cost the Greeks dearly. Without him, morale dipped. Hector led increasingly bold attacks. Greek casualties mounted. Even Odysseus found it harder to keep the ranks focused, though he did his best, sometimes with cleverness, sometimes with wine. It was in the atmosphere of decay and distrust that betrayal took root. You may recall Palamedes, the clever man who exposed Odysseus' fake madness at the start of the war. Well, Odysseus, ever the long game player, never forgot. According to later tales, Odysseus framed Palamedes as a traitor, forging a letter and planting gold to suggest he was accepting bribes from the Trojans. The Greeks, perhaps too eager for a scapegoat, executed him just like that. one of the finest minds among them, gone, is a moment that illustrates the war's true cost. Not just lives, but trust. Not just cities, but virtue. The longer it went on, the more it demanded. Not just heroes, but their humanity. And the Greeks, once bound by a noble oath, began to splinter further. Agamemnon's arrogance grated. Achilles' silence loomed. Even Nestor's endless story started to sound less like wisdom and more like noise. And what of Helen? She still watched from the walls. Her beauty, undiminished by time, had become a symbol, a kind of living banner. For the Greeks, she represented what had been stolen. For the Trojans, what they refused to surrender. And for Helen herself, she was trapped between myth and memory, between love and loathing. In the Iliad, she speaks of her own regret, calling herself a term of shame, and wondering whether she is cursed. One might wonder if she more than anyone saw the war for what it truly was. Not a story of glory, but a slow, unspooling tragedy. And so the 9th year came to a close. The Greeks, exhausted and divided, still held the beach. The Trojans, battered and isolated, still held the city. The gods, nursing wounds both physical and prideful, still meddled where they pleased. And Achilles? He still sat in his tent, silent, furious, refusing to yield. Not to Agamemnon, not the war, not even to fate, but something had begun to shift. For in the camp, a young man named Patroclus watched the fires burn. And soon, very soon, that fire would spread. If war had a heartbeat, it would not be the clash of bronze or the thrum of chariot wheels. It would be the breath held between action and consequence. The silence before something truly terrible happens. And so we arrive at the heart of the Iliad. Not the start of the Trojan War, nor its end, but a singular stretch of days in the 10th year, when one man's pride would alter everything. His name, of course, is Achilles, son of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph with a firm grasp on fate. Achilles was raised with the knowledge that he was different and doomed. It was said he had 2 paths before him, a long life without glory, or a short one that would echo through the ages. He chose the echo, but no one tells you that glory is rarely glorious while you're living it. It is more often lonely, infuriating, and filled with people who don't understand you. At the start of this chapter, Achilles is not fighting. His quarrel with Agamemnon over the slave girl Briseis has driven him into a sulk so legendary it fills the first book of Homer's Iliad. But to call it a sulk is to miss the depth of it. Achilles is not simply pouting. He has been publicly humiliated. In a warrior society where honor is as valuable as life, Agamemnon has taken both. You see, when Agamemnon gave up Chryses to stop a plague sent by Apollo, he decided to take Briseis from Achilles as compensation, as if trading women were a form of morale management. In doing so, he violated the unspoken code among heroes. A man's prize, however grimly acquired, was his dignity. Agamemnon might as well have taken Achilles' shield and spat on it. Achilles responded not with violence, which was surprising, but with withdrawal. He retreated to his tent, refused to fight, refused even to speak to Agamemnon. And as he sat brooding, the war outside began to turn. Without Achilles, the Trojans surged. Hector, noble and dutiful, led charge after charge. The Greeks, caught between poor leadership and divine meddling, began to lose ground. Skirmishes turned into routs. Even the mighty Ajax found himself forced to retreat. At one point, the Trojans reached the Greek ships, the very beachhead the Achaeans had held for nearly a decade. Achilles watched and did nothing. This is perhaps the most remarkable part of the Iliad, that its greatest hero's defining action is inaction. For pages he sits stewing, not because he lacks courage, but because he refuses to give Agamemnon the satisfaction of his return. You might say it's a lesson in how dangerous pride becomes when mixed with principle, or perhaps how easily the gods unravel the best of men. Meanwhile, Agamemnon, in rare form, began to panic, realizing belatedly that alienating the best warrior among them had consequences. He offered a ransom, treasure, horses, cities, even the return of Briseis, untouched, as if Achilles should now be grateful. He even swore an oath, and Agamemnon rarely swore unless it was to himself in the mirror. The embassy sent to deliver this apology was a who's who of persuasive Greeks. Odysseus, always the silver tongue; Ajax, always the strong arm; and Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, sent in the hopes that paternal guilt might succeed where politics failed. And so they entered Achilles' tent. There they found the hero plucking softly at a lyre, not preparing for war, but playing music. A reminder, perhaps, that warriors too have inner lives. They made their case: glory, honor, the needs of Greece. And Achilles said no, but not with fury, with quiet conviction. He spoke of the futility of war, of Agamemnon's insults, of how no amount of gold could redeem lost pride. He even questioned the heroic code itself. Why should he die for a man who scorns him? Why should glory come at the price of his life? It's here that Achilles becomes more than just a warrior. He becomes a question. What is heroism worth if it means suffering fools? What is victory if you lose yourself to get there? And so he refused. The embassy returned empty-handed, and the war grew bloodier. With the Greek camp nearly in flames and the Trojans emboldened, Patroclus stepped forward. Ah yes, Patroclus, friend, companion, brother in arms. Some say more than that. In Homer's world, the precise nature of their relationship is less important than the emotional weight of it. Patroclus was Achilles' heart outside his body, and he could no longer bear to watch the Greeks die. He begged Achilles, "Let me fight in your place. Let me wear your armor. Let the Trojans think you've returned. Maybe they'll fall back." Achilles agreed, but with one condition. Only drive them away from the ships. Do not chase them to the gates. Patroclus donned the armor gleaming god-forged, unmistakably Achilles, and led the Myrmidons into battle. It worked. The Trojans, believing Achilles had returned, panicked. Patroclus fought with skill, fury, and more than a little recklessness. He killed warrior after warrior, including Sarpedon, son of Zeus, causing such grief that even the gods debated whether to intervene. But Patroclus, swept up in the moment, forgot his promise. He drove the Trojans all the way back to the walls of Troy, and their Hector met him. The two clashed, spear against sword, prince against hero. And in the end, Hector killed Patroclus, not knowing who he truly was until the helmet fell away. The death of Patroclus was a shock not just to Achilles but to the Greeks, to the Trojans, to the gods. But no one felt it like Achilles. When he heard, he collapsed in grief. He wept. He tore his hair. He covered himself in ash. He lay in the dust, His pride, his refusal, his rage, all of it turned inward, and then it turned outward. The wrath of Achilles had begun. It would be beautiful. It would be terrible. And it would not be stopped. First, he sought new armor. His old set now worn by the fallen Patroclus. Thetis, his mother, rose from the sea and went to Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, who forged for Achilles a new suit of armor, bronze so fine it glowed, a shield so vast it depicted the entire cosmos. It was not just armor. It was fate worn as fashion. Then Achilles rejoined the battle. The Greeks, seeing him return, roared with hope. The Trojans, seeing him return, trembled. The gods watched, some in awe, some in horror, because they knew, when Achilles was angry, he was not a man. He was a storm. He cut through the Trojan lines like fire through straw. He fought not for glory, but for grief, not for Agamemnon, but for Patroclus. He drove the Trojans back to the walls of the city, slaughtering all in his path. He fought the river god, Scamander, who tried to drown him in anger at the piles of corpses choking his waters. Even the gods had to drag Achilles from the flood. And at last he met Hector. We will speak of that duel in the next chapter, for it deserves a moment of its own. But for now, let us return to the tent of Achilles, where once he had brooded in silence, he now paced in fury. His hands, once still, now itched for retribution. His heart, once proud, now burned with sorrow. The rage of Achilles was not just about war. It was about the unbearable weight of loss, the helplessness of watching someone you love die, and realizing it was in part your fault. He had withdrawn from battle to prove a point, but now that point had cut too deep. Achilles had rejoined the war, but it was no longer a campaign for honor or pride. It was a funeral in motion. There are moments in myth when the war falls away, when the spears and the horses and the shouting crowds dissolve, and we are left only with silence. And in that silence, something ancient and human stirs. Grief. This is one of those moments. The war is still raging. The Greeks are still dying. The Trojans are still defending their city. But all of it, for the briefest time, becomes a backdrop to one man's sorrow. Achilles has just lost Patroclus. To many, Patroclus was merely a companion, his second in command, his trusted friend. But to Achilles he was much more. A tether, conscience, a reminder that life was more than blood and bronze. Their bond was deep, forged not only in war, but in laughter, memory, and those quiet hours when no one is watching. Some say they were lovers, others say brothers in spirit. But what the texts agree on, what Homer sings without ambiguity, is that Achilles loved Patroclus more than anyone else in the world. And when that love was taken from him, so too was everything that held Achilles together. Let us begin with the death itself. Patroclus had donned Achilles' armor, led the Myrmidons into battle, and pushed the Trojans back from the Greek ships. For a moment it worked. The Trojans thought Achilles had returned. Panic rippled through their lines. But Patroclus, emboldened by success, forgot the warning Achilles had given him. Do not go to the gates. He went anyway, and there, beneath the towering walls of Troy, he was struck. First by Euphorbus, then by the hand of fate, and finally by Hector, prince of Troy, the killing blow. Hector stripped the famous armor from Patroclus' body, still unaware of his identity, and declared victory. But then, dying on the ground, Patroclus spoke. He told Hector that Achilles would come, that his death would not end this. It would only begin it. And so it did. Back at the Greek camp, Achilles was waiting, still withdrawn, still bitter, still refusing to fight. And then the news came. The accounts vary on who told him. In some, it was Antilochus, son of Nestor, panting with grief. In others, it was a chorus of survivors. But the result was the same. Achilles collapsed. He fell to the ground, heaped dust upon his head, and screamed. It was the cry of a man, not wounded in the flesh, but in the soul, the kind of howl that shakes not just tents, but gods. His mother, Thetis, rose from the sea. She knew even before he spoke. And he told her, I must return to the war. I must kill Hector. I must avenge Patroclus, even if it means my own death. For Achilles now understood something terrible. His fate was sealed. The choice he'd once had, long life or short glory, was no longer his. Patroclus was dead, and there was only one road left. But he could not walk it just yet. First, he had to bury his friend. The Greeks retrieved Patroclus's body, not without difficulty. Hector and the Trojans, hungry for the armor and the reputation, tried to claim it. But Ajax and Menelaus, among others, fought them off. Achilles himself appeared on the battlefield, unarmored, roaring so loudly that the Trojans recoiled in fear. His presence alone turned the tide. Then Thetis, ever the dutiful mother, went to Hephaestus, the smith of the gods. There, in a furnace of divine flame, was forged new armor, brighter, stronger, more terrible than before. The centerpiece was a shield, so finely wrought it contained the whole of the world, cities at peace and war, farmers in the field, lovers dancing, stars turning overhead. It was a reminder, even to Achilles, that there was more to life than vengeance. But he wore it anyway. And then came the funeral. In Homeric culture, burial rites were sacred. To die without proper ceremony was to wander the underworld in misery. Achilles vowed not just a burial, but an honoring. They built a pyre vast and solemn. Sacrifices were made, including, gruesomely, 12 Trojan captives Achilles slew in Patroclus's name. Whether this was grief or rage is difficult to say, but it was dark and deeply telling. There were games too, chariot races, boxing, javelin. These weren't distractions. They were acts of remembrance. For the Greeks, excellence in sport was a way of touching the divine. Even in death, Patroclus would be surrounded by honor. Then came the moment Achilles placed a lock of his hair in Patroclus's hand. A small gesture, a devastating one. He whispered promises, and the pyre was lit. Smoke curled into the sky, rising like a soul. And somewhere in that long twilight between myth and memory, Patroclus passed into legend. But Achilles did not find peace. He found fury. He turned his gaze to the walls of Troy, to Hector. Now, to be fair, Hector did not kill Patroclus out of malice. He was defending his city. He had no idea at first who was inside the armor. But such subtleties do not survive grief. And so Achilles rejoined the war. He moved like fire. He killed without pause. He hunted Trojans like animals. He defied the gods. Even Xanthus, the river god of Troy, who begged him to stop clogging his waters with corpses. Achilles refused. And when the river rose up in wrath, attempting to drown him, it took the intervention of Hera, Athena, and Hephaestus, wielding flame against flood, to drag Achilles out. Even the gods could barely contain him. And then, at last, Hector and Achilles met. This was no skirmish, no random clash on a bloody field. This was a duel foretold, long in coming, and deeply personal. Hector had waited outside the gates, knowing this moment must come. He stood not just for Troy, but for every man who fights because he must, not because he desires it. When Achilles arrived, Hector's courage wavered. He ran. 3 times they circled the walls of Troy, Achilles pursuing, Hector fleeing. Until, finally, Athena, disguised as Hector's brother, tricked him into standing his ground. The 2 warriors faced one another, and the fight was swift. Achilles killed Hector, driving a spear into his neck. But death was not enough. In one of the most brutal acts of Homeric poetry, Achilles tied Hector's body by the ankles to his chariot and dragged it through the dust around the walls. Not once, but over and over. It was a violation, a desecration. A man of Hector's nobility deserved better. But Achilles was beyond mercy. He dragged the body back to camp, threw it beside Patroclus's pyre, and left it to rot for days. The Greeks were silent. Even the gods were troubled. Then something miraculous happened. King Priam, aged, grieving, and unarmed, snuck into the Greek camp, guided by Hermes himself, and entered Achilles' tent. There he fell to his knees, kissed the hands that killed his son, and begged, not as a king, but as a father. And Achilles, moved by the rawness of it, wept. He saw Priam, and through him he saw Peleus, his own aging father. He saw his future, his fate, his loss. He lifted the old man up, gave him food, wept beside him. And then he returned Hector's body. For a moment, grief gave way to grace. There was no victory parade, no song of triumph. Just 2 men, broken by loss, holding the fragile thread of decency in their hands. And so Hector was buried, properly, mourned by his wife Andromache, his mother Hecuba, and Helen, who called him gentle. One of the few men in Troy who had never blamed her. As for Achilles, his end was near. He knew it, but he had done what he set out to do. He had avenged Patroclus. He had met his fate. He had become, for better or worse, immortal. When stories pass through time, some moments become weightier than others. Not because they're louder, but because something essential shifts within them. Something irreversible. And so we come to the duel. The one that echoed across 1,000 amphorae, temples, poems, and generations. Achilles versus Hector. But this isn't just a tale of strength meeting strength. It's the story of what happens when grief turns into rage. When a hero forgets why he fights, and then, for a moment, remembers. Let us begin where we left off. Patroclus is dead. His body desecrated. His armor, once the dazzling gift of the gods, now worn by his killer, Hector, Prince of Troy. And Achilles, that great tower of wrath and pride, has come undone. He refuses food, refuses comfort. He lashes out not only at the Greeks, but at the very framework of the heroic world. What good is honor, he asks, if it's paid for with someone else's life? The gods, apparently, are still accepting sacrifices in pride. But Achilles is not done. Not yet. His mother, Thetis, emerges from the sea. She sees her son's pain and understands, with the clarity of the divine, that his time is ending. She goes to Hephaestus, blacksmith of the gods, and begs him for new armor. And what armor it is! The shield alone is a universe. Upon it, Hephaestus forges the entire world. Cities in peace and war, weddings, harvests, constellations wheeling in the sky. It is a meditation on mortality, cast in bronze. A reminder, perhaps, that even in a story soaked in blood, life goes on. But Achilles isn't looking for reminders. He's looking for Hector. Before that, however, he must bury Patroclus. And this, more than any battle, shows us who Achilles truly is. In Bronze Age burial custom, the dead were honored with pyres, their bones collected and placed in urns. Great tombs were raised. To leave a body unburied was a shame, both for the soul and the living. The Mycenaeans buried their dead with grave goods, gold and weapons, believing the afterlife to be a shadowy continuation of life on earth. You packed light, but you did pack. And so Achilles prepares a funeral with all the gravity of a king laying a crown to rest. He kills 12 Trojan prisoners, offering them to Patroclus in the afterlife. A brutal gesture, a reminder that Achilles' grief is still shaped like vengeance. Even in mourning, he cannot resist drawing blood. He holds funeral games, chariot races, boxing matches, javelin throws, not distractions but sacred rites. For the Greeks, to compete was to honor the dead. To strive in their name was a kind of immortality. Nestor offers a running commentary on every contest, of course. The Bronze Age's first sports pundit. And finally, when the fire burns low and only ashes remain, Achilles cuts his hair, once grown as a vow to the river god Sperseus, and places the strands on Patroclus' body. Not a warrior now, a mourner. And then he turns to Troy. Hector, meanwhile, knows what's coming. He's not a fool. He's not driven by pride, or prophecy, or divine whispers. He's driven by duty. As Prince of Troy, he cannot flee. He cannot hide behind the walls. Even now, as his wife Andromache begs him to stay, he tightens his armor and walks out alone. The city watches. Achilles approaches like a storm, not with speeches or heralds, but with a silence heavier than drums. 3 times Hector runs around the city walls, not from cowardice but from instinct, from the realization that this is not a man, but a fate. At last, the goddess Athena, in disguise, tricks Hector into standing still, promising him aid, then vanishing when it matters most. It's the sort of divine interference that would make a chess referee weep. They fight. Hector strikes, but Achilles wears armor forged by gods. Achilles strikes and Hector falls. As he dies, Hector asks that his body be returned to his family. Achilles, consumed by wrath, says no. He lashes Hector's body to his chariot and drags it, through the dust, around the walls of Troy, past the weeping eyes of his parents, his wife and even Helen, who once called Hector gentle. This desecration is not mere cruelty. It is a violation of everything sacred in Greek belief. Burial was not a privilege, it was a right. Even enemies were given their rights. But Achilles, in his grief, has broken the code. And yet we do not turn away, because Achilles is not a monster. He is a man in pain. He has lost the one person who steadied him. And, without Patroclus, Achilles becomes unmoored. The code of honor, so carefully observed, has collapsed under the weight of loss. For 12 days he drags Hector's body in circles. Each morning new dust, each night new shame. And yet, the body preserved by Apollo does not decay. Even the gods, it seems, are unwilling to let this story rot prematurely. The gods, watching, grow uneasy. Even Apollo, who favored the Trojans, begs for mercy. Zeus, the high god himself, sends a message, enough. And so one final act begins. Priam, the aged king of Troy, father of 50 sons, now bereft of all but memory, sneaks into the Greek camp. Not with an army, with a ransom, and with hope. He enters Achilles' tent alone, kneels and says, in a voice lined with age, I kiss the hands that killed my son. And in that moment, something breaks. Achilles looks at Priam and sees Peleus, his own father. He sees his own end. He sees a world that is not built of victory and vengeance, but of grief passed from one man to another. He weeps. He lifts Priam from the floor, offers him food, shelter, even comfort. There is a kind of holiness in the quiet between them. They eat, they speak of fathers, of children, of the things no poem quite captures. And then, without ceremony, without bargain, he returns Hector's body. The two men sit, not as enemies, but as fathers of the dead. For a brief moment the war stops. No trumpets, no declarations, just silence. Hector is buried. A great pyre is built. His wife Andromache mourns. His mother Hecuba weeps. Helen too speaks, calling him the only man in Troy who never shamed her. A reminder that even in war, kindness echoes louder than conquest. And so the defender of Troy passes into memory. And what of Achilles? He knows now that his death is coming. But for the first time it doesn't matter. He has done what needed to be done. Not in battle but in mercy. This is the transformation. Achilles began as a figure of wrath, of unstoppable pride. And here, for one breath of story, he becomes something else. Not a warrior, not a son of prophecy, but a man who has felt the shape of sorrow and chosen compassion. The tide has turned, not because the Greeks have won, but because their greatest hero has shown that war is not always victory. Sometimes it is just survival. Sometimes it is letting go. Troy still stands, but the walls feel thinner now. The gods no longer shout. And Achilles, our brightest, briefest flame, is standing at the edge of his fate. The next arrow has already left the bow. By now, the sands outside Troy were saturated with blood, and yet the city still stood. Heroes had come and gone. Gods had taken sides, changed their minds, and occasionally joined the fighting themselves. The greatest warrior the Greeks had ever known had returned, avenged his companion, and found briefly a fragment of peace. But the end, that distant thunder, was growing louder. And now the war prepared to take its final turn. Achilles was still in the field, still terrifying, still somehow alive, but not for long. Let us speak of his death. Not because it is unexpected, but because it is, in the way of Greek myth, terribly expected. The gods, particularly Apollo, had not forgotten what Achilles had done to Hector. Apollo had watched the dragging of the body, the defiance of the burial code, the rage that had pushed beyond mortal limits. So, when the time came, he lent his help to a most unlikely figure, Paris. Now, Paris was not a hero. He was a lover, a charmer, a prince with good cheekbones and poor decision-making. But with Apollo's guidance, he took up a bow. And when Achilles, blazing with victory, drew too close to the Scythian gates, Paris let the arrow fly. Some say it struck him in the heel, the one place Thetis had failed to protect, when he dipped him in the Styx. Others say it was the hand of the god that made the arrow fatal. Either way, the effect was the same. Achilles fell. There are no grand speeches, no slow-motion farewells, just the collapse of a man who had burned too brightly for too long. The Greeks mourned and then, predictably, argued. Who would inherit Achilles' armor? It was the finest in the world, forged by Hephaestus, gleaming with divine artistry. 2 men came forward, Ajax the Greater, son of Telamon, strong, blunt, and fiercely loyal, and Odysseus, son of Laertes, clever as a god and twice as persuasive. Contest was held. The Greeks listened to speeches. Ajax spoke of deeds. Odysseus spoke of strategy. And in the end, the armor went to the man who could make words into weapons, Odysseus. Ajax was shattered. He had fought bravely, carried Achilles' body from the field, stood firm when others wavered. And now he was passed over for a silver-tongued tactician. His honor, so long bound to his strength, unraveled. In the dark of night, Ajax went mad. He slaughtered sheep, believing them his enemies. When his senses returned, and he saw what he had done, he took his own life. By his own sword, alone. So ended another hero, not in battle but in despair. The Greeks burned his body quietly. Even now, suicide was a complicated matter. Honor and shame forever intertwined. And still Troy stood. At this point, the war had become a tragic theater. Each hero fell in turn. The gods had begun to withdraw, embarrassed, perhaps, by what they'd helped create. The Greeks turned to prophecy, always a last resort when all else fails. According to the seers, 3 conditions had to be met for Troy to fall. First, the son of Achilles must fight at Troy. Second, the Greeks must retrieve the bow of Heracles. Third, the Palladium, the sacred statue of Athena, must be taken from Troy. Simple, really. So they set out to find Achilles' son, Neoptolemus, also known as Pyrrhus. Raised far from the war, he was young, untested, and full of the kind of aggressive confidence only teenagers possess. When Odysseus fetched him, he agreed. Not out of duty, but out of destiny. He would finish what his father had started. Next came Philoctetes. Now, Philoctetes was a sore subject. Years earlier, he had been bitten by a snake en route to Troy, and the wound had festered. The Greeks, never known for their bedside manner, abandoned him on the island of Lemnos. With him, they left the bow of Heracles, the only weapon prophesied to bring down Troy. Charming, Odysseus returned, full of apologies. Philoctetes was understandably furious, but after some persuasion, and the promise of a hero's redemption, he agreed. The bow returned to the war. The prophecy, piece by piece, began to align. The third task fell to stealth. The Palladium, a statue of Athena, protected Troy. So long as it stood, the city could not fall. Odysseus and Diomedes crept into Troy by night, scaled the walls, and stole it. No flesh, no flourish, just 2 men doing what armies could not. And now, finally, Troy was vulnerable. But it was still not beaten. And so came the trick. The Greeks, led by Odysseus, built a wooden horse, a massive thing, hollow inside, carved to appear as an offering to Athena. They left it at the gates of Troy and sailed away. Or so it seemed. The Trojans found it, confused, curious, and debating. Some, like Laocoon, warned against it. "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," he said, before being rather dramatically eaten by sea serpents. The gods were not subtle. Others, like Sinon, a Greek left behind, pretending to be a deserter, spun a tale of sacrifice, of atonement, of war's end. The horse, he claimed, would bless Troy, and the Trojans, tired and hopeful, pulled it inside. What followed was a long night of revelry. After 10 years of siege, the Trojans finally had something to celebrate. Fires were lit, wine was poured, songs were sung, and the people of Troy, weary but joyful, believed the war was over. But the war, as wars tend to do, had one last act. At night, the Greeks returned. From the horse, warriors emerged. Odysseus, Menelaus, Neoptolemus, and others. They opened the gates. The Greek army, hidden on a nearby island, stormed the city. The chaos was immediate. Temples burned. Families fled. The clang of bronze echoed through the narrow streets. Priam, the old king, was cut down at the altar of Zeus by Neoptolemus himself, an act that, even in the blood-soaked economy of war, was considered monstrous. Hecuba, his queen, was taken as a slave. Andromache, Hector's widow, saw her child, Astyanax, hurled from the walls. A cold calculation to prevent vengeance from the next generation. Helen was reclaimed by Menelaus, though not without tension. Some say he lifted his sword, and she simply dropped her robe. Old habits. But what of the victors? They had won, yes. But what did they win? The city lay in ruins. The treasures of Troy were loaded onto ships. The gods once so involved had gone quiet, and the Greeks, those who survived, began the long, uncertain journey home. Odysseus would wander 10 more years. Agamemnon would return to a wife plotting his murder. Menelaus would meander through Egypt before making it back to Sparta. The war had ended, but the stories had only begun. Victory in Greek myth is never clean. There is always a cost, a stain, a reckoning. And the horse? It remained, not as a relic but as a symbol, a reminder that, in the end, it wasn't strength that ended Troy. It was a story, one of deception, of cleverness, of the long game played by a man who could lie to a goddess and get away with it. If Achilles represented the peak of heroic wrath, Odysseus embodied cunning. The Greeks called it métis, not just cleverness but strategic wisdom, the kind that hides a blade behind a smile, the kind that ends wars not with a roar, but a whisper. And so, with fire licking the rooftops and history closing its book, the Trojan War came to an end. The cost was ruin. The reward? Songs. Songs sung across centuries. Of rage. Of love. Of cities burned and legends born. And the war, though ended, would echo on. In Ithaca. In Rome. In every tale where pride meets fate and cleverness topples kingdoms. But that? Well, that's another story. The war was over. And yet, the war was not over. Troy had fallen. Its walls, once thought impregnable, had crumbled under the weight of deceit and fire. The streets were choked with ash and sorrow. The bodies of princes and paupers lay alike beneath the burning timbers of palaces. The air reeked of smoke, of blood, of the end of something vast. But for those who survived, Greeks and Trojans alike, the hardest part had only just begun. The aftermath. Let us begin with the city itself. The sack of Troy was not a battle. It was an unraveling. Once the wooden horse had delivered its payload, once the gates were flung open and the Greek forces surged into the city by night, there was no structure to the violence. This was not honor-bound combat. This was chaos, revenge, and the brutal final chapter of a 10-year fury. Priam, the aged king of Troy, sought sanctuary at the altar of Zeus. There, surrounded by the symbols of piety and protection, he begged for mercy. He received none. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, struck him down without pause. The altar was defiled, the old order shattered. Hecuba, Priam's queen, was taken captive. She would spend the rest of her life as a servant in the house of her enemies. Her transformation from queen to slave, from symbol of Troy's grandeur to emblem of its ruin, was not unique. The women of Troy shared her fate. Andromache, wife of Hector, mother of Astyanax, was also enslaved. Her son was not so fortunate. The Greeks, fearing he might one day rise to avenge his father, hurled him from the battlements. In the ancient world, such acts were both pragmatic and appalling. The line of Hector was extinguished. The fates of the women were catalogued in later tragedy. Cassandra, the doomed prophetess, was dragged from the temple of Athena by Ajax the Lesser. Sheki had clung to the statue, seeking divine protection. None came. She became Agamemnon's concubine, a prize he would soon regret. Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships, was found at last by Menelaus. Some say he intended to kill her. Some say she spoke only a single word and let a robe fall from her shoulders. Either way, she lived, and Menelaus took her home, because the war had always been more complicated than it appeared. Now let us shift to the Greek side. They had won. The city was sacked. The spoils were theirs. And yet it was not a clean victory. Greek religion placed immense emphasis on ritual, sacrifice, and proper conduct before the gods. But during the sack of Troy, these boundaries were broken. Temples were looted. Altars were stained with blood. Sacred spaces were defiled. And for these offenses, the gods would not remain silent. Storms rose. The journey home, for many Greeks, would be longer and more perilous than the war itself. Agamemnon, the High King, returned to Mycenae only to be murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra. She had not forgotten the sacrifice of their daughter Iphigenia, offered to appease Artemis at the war's beginning. Nor had she missed the company of Aegisthus, her lover in Agamemnon's absence. Cassandra died with him, foreseeing everything, unable to stop anything. Menelaus and Helen were tossed across the Mediterranean, landing in Egypt. It would take them years to find Sparta again. And even when they did, the shadow of the war never quite left them. Helen's reputation in later Greek thought was ambivalent at best. To some, she was the epitome of beauty and longing. To others, she was the ultimate cautionary tale. A woman who brought empires to ruin by simply existing. As for Odysseus, well, his story became legend. The Odyssey chronicles a 10-year journey marked by monsters, witches, seductive singers, and the wrath of Poseidon. Each episode is rich with symbolism. The Cyclops Polyphemus represents the dangers of unchecked force. Circe, the sorceress, the lure of comfort over duty. The Sirens, knowledge without consequence. And yet, for all his trials, it is not brute strength, but cleverness, endurance, and restraint that bring Odysseus home. Yet even he, hero of twists and turns, finds no easy welcome. Penelope, his wife, is faithful but surrounded by suitors. His son, Telemachus, is nearly grown. His palace is filled with strangers feasting on his stores and mocking his name. Homecoming is not triumph. It is reintegration, and it is never easy. This theme of difficult return, nostos, became central in Greek literature. The war ended at Troy, but it did not end in the hearts of the men who fought it, nor in the lands they returned to. Memory, trauma, and the burden of legend lingered. The Greeks knew that victory came with a cost, and that cost was often paid in silence, in restlessness, in nightmares. And for the Trojans there were other fates. Aeneas, cousin to Hector and one of the few Trojan leaders to survive, fled the city with his father Anchises on his back and his son Ascanius at his side. Guided by visions and fate, he carried the household gods of Troy into exile. It is a story of survival, of cultural rebirth. His journey, immortalized in Virgil's Aeneid, would take him across the Mediterranean, facing storms, seduction, and war, until at last he landed in Italy. There, his descendants, so the Romans claimed, would found the city of Rome. Thus, Rome was not born in victory, but in escape. Not in conquest, but in ruin survived. Thus, from the ashes of Troy came a new myth. One empire fell, another rose. The Greeks had their epics, and the Romans, not to be outdone, crafted their own lineage from the very ashes of their former enemies. History has a habit of folding in on itself like that. Archaeologically, the city of Troy did burn. Around 1200 BCE, at the end of the Late Bronze Age, many cities across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed or abandoned. The causes remain debated: invasion, internal collapse, climate change, trade disruption. The so-called Sea Peoples have often been cited. A mysterious force of destruction that left only smoking ruins in their wake. But the burning of Troy fits within a wider pattern. The myth may be poetic, but its roots lie in a historical earthquake of civilizations. And so, the Trojan War became more than a war. It became a mirror, a way for later Greeks to reflect on the cost of hubris, the complexity of fate, and the fragility of civilization. It became a warning cloaked in epic, and perhaps also a lament. Tragedians would revisit its characters. Euripides gave voice to Hecuba, to Andromache, to the women left in the ruins. Sophocles explored Ajax's unraveling. Aeschylus imagined Agamemnon's return and the cursed legacy of his house. The war never ended, simply changed form, from battlefield to theater. Through these plays, the war lived on not as glory, but as grief. The real aftermath was not victory, but memory, and the figures who once seemed immortal took on new dimensions. Achilles, fierce and doomed. Hector, noble and burdened. Priam, the last light of a dying age. Odysseus, ever resourceful, ever lost. Their stories were retold, reinterpreted, and passed down. From Homer to Virgil, from scroll to stage, from ancient epic to modern screen. The Trojan War endures because it speaks not only of ancient heroes, but of perennial human truths. Love and vengeance, loyalty and betrayal, fate and freedom, because the Trojan War is not merely a tale of war. It is a meditation on endings, on what happens when the fire dies and the survivors must learn to live in its glow. The war ended in fire, but its echoes, its names, its questions, its sorrows have never quite gone quiet. So here, at the end of all things, we leave the ashes of Troy. The ships are gone. The gods have retreated. The heroes are dead or wandering. And the world somehow moves on. But somewhere in the background always there is a horse, and a city that trusted it. Before the thunder of Zeus, before the affairs of mortals and gods, before temples rose and sacrifices burned on polished altars, there was only chaos. Not the sort of chaos one finds in a teenager's bedroom or the British Parliament on a bad day. No, this was primordial chaos, the first thing to exist according to the ancient Greeks. A vast and formless expanse, or rather the very absence of form altogether. Not a swirling, dramatic storm of energy, but an empty, silent chasm, a cosmic shrug. One could hardly point to it and say, "Ah yes, there's the beginning of everything." And yet, that's exactly what it was. The Greeks didn't concern themselves with tidy origin stories. Their myths were like their wine, strong, dark, and prone to making you question reality. So out of this chaos, this yawning void, things simply began to appear. Not with a bang, but more of an eternal unfolding. First came Gaia, Earth herself. She wasn't born into the world. She was the world. Hills, valleys, rivers, forests. All of these would emerge from her form. Gaia wasn't just a mother figure. She was the ultimate matriarch. Fertile, vast, and as we'll come to see, not one to be trifled with. She was life's first foundation, firm beneath our feet, even before there were feet to stand on. Next came Tartarus, the deep abyss. Not hell, not exactly, though later myths would retrofit it as such. Tartarus was more like the basement of reality. Far beneath Gaia's surface, darker than night, it would one day serve as the prison for divine rebels. But for now it simply was, a brooding echo beneath the burgeoning cosmos. Then arrived Eros. Not the cherubic Valentine with his love arrows, but a far older, more abstract force. This Eros was the glue that bound things together. He was the drive toward creation, the principle of attraction that made Gaia fertile, that gave form to the formless. Without Eros, chaos would have stayed, well, chaotic. With him, the universe took its first breath. From chaos also came Nyx, the night, shrouded in darkness and mystery, older than any god to come, a figure of deep reverence and even fear. It was said that even mighty Zeus would think twice before crossing her. Alongside her emerged Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, not malevolent, simply unlit. Nyx and Erebus together birthed a host of shadowy offspring. Hypnos, sleep, Thanatos, death, Moros, doom, Nemesis, retribution, and others with names fit for Gothic novels. These primordial beings weren't quite deities as we understand them. They weren't the kind to pop down in disguise and seduce a shepherd. They were concepts, forces, personified, yes, but barely anthropomorphic. They were nature before nature got poetic. Gaia, however, had other plans. She decided it was time for company. And so, without a partner, as one might plant a garden alone, she gave birth to Uranus, the sky. He was no bearded fellow reclining on a cloud. Uranus was the entire dome of heaven, stretching over Gaia in an eternal embrace. The ancients believed the sky was a physical object, a solid firmament. One could imagine Uranus as a kind of divine lid, snugly fitted over Earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus began to populate the universe. Not with trees and birds, but with beings, their children, the first true generation of gods, the Titans. There were 12 of them in the classic canon. Oceanus, who encircled the earth with his watery arms. Hyperion, Lightbringer, and father of the sun, moon, and dawn. Ceus and Creus, whose names are now mostly known to crossword solvers. The wise Themis, goddess of natural law and order. Mnemosyne, memory incarnate. Phoebe, shining intellect. And Rhea, mother-to-be of gods. Then there was Kronos, the youngest, sharpest, and arguably the most dangerous of the lot. But Gaia's fertility didn't stop with the Titans. She and Uranus also birthed the Cyclopes, enormous, one-eyed smiths, with a flair for forging storms, and the Hecatonchires, beings of such absurd design that they defy cinematic adaptation. Each had 50 heads and 100 arms. Imagine trying to find gloves for them. Uranus, oddly squeamish for a cosmic being, was repulsed by his less conventional offspring. He deemed them monstrous and, in what can only be described as divine repression, stuffed them back into Gaia. Not metaphorically, physically into her. One imagines this was less than comfortable. Gaia, for all her patience, was not a passive being. She groaned beneath the strain, quite literally, and eventually decided enough was enough. She forged a great sickle out of flint, one of the few available materials in a universe still under construction. Then, in hushed tones, she called upon her Titan sons to rise against their father. Only one answered her call. Kronos, clever Kronos, ambitious Kronos, the youngest of the Titans and most willing to get his hands, or rather his sickle, dirty. Under cover of night, Kronos lay in wait. As Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Kronos struck. With a swift, merciless motion, he castrated the sky. Yes, this is not metaphor. The Greeks were vivid in their storytelling. No room for subtle symbolism here. From the blood of Uranus spilled upon Gaia sprang the Furies, agents of vengeance. Also the giants, those hulking foes of later gods, and the Melee nymphs of the ash trees, a strangely gentle addition to the otherwise blood-soaked harvest. Uranus' severed appendage tumbled into the sea. From the churning foam that followed out emerged Aphrodite, beautiful, radiant, and a goddess who, paradoxically, owed her existence to an act of dismemberment. Greek mythology, it seems, finds no contradiction between beauty and butchery. With Uranus overthrown, Kronos took the throne of the cosmos. The Titans were now in charge, and Kronos married his sister Rhea. Again, divine family trees often twist in on themselves like ivy on a ruined temple. The two presided over what later generations would call the Golden Age, a time before suffering, war, or want. A time without humans, mind you, but a pleasant enough era for the gods. But peace in myth is a fragile thing. Kronos, like his father, grew wary. Uranus had warned him in his last pained utterance that one day a child of Kronos would rise to overthrow him, just as he had done. The seed of paranoia was planted, and it bore bitter fruit. So, Kronos devised a preventative strategy, one that lacked both compassion and nutritional value. Each time Rhea bore him a child, he swallowed it whole. One by one, their offspring, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, were devoured. Not killed, just tucked away inside their father. Kronos became less a ruler and more a walking nursery. But we'll come to that tale in the next chapter. Before we leave the dawn of the cosmos behind, it's worth considering the underlying meaning of these stories. Myth is not mere entertainment. It's philosophy in sandals. Uranus's overthrow is more than divine patricide. It's the triumph of change over stasis. Gaia's rebellion speaks to the endurance of the earth, the refusal of the feminine to be silenced. Kronos, the god of time, becomes a cautionary tale. Even time itself cannot outrun destiny. These myths also echo across cultures. The Hittites told of Komarbi, who overthrew the sky god Anu by biting off his genitals. Yes, again with the genitals. The Babylonians sang of Marduk's battle with Tiamat, the monstrous matriarch of chaos. In each case, the old order is torn down to make way for the new. It's no coincidence that these tales emerge from early civilizations grappling with power, with the rise and fall of kings, the cycles of rule and rebellion. In myth, we see the blueprint of monarchy, revolution, and even generational trauma, drawn with the bold lines of legend. And so the stage is set. The Titans now stride across the world, vast and brilliant embodiments of natural force and cosmic order. Humanity has not yet arrived. Olympus is but a dream. The gods, such as they are, act more like living laws of nature than characters with personalities. But even now, the cycle has begun. Kronos has overthrown his father, and in turn, he will be overthrown. Because in every age, in every myth, the same truth waits quietly in the wings. Time devours all. The reign of Kronos was, by all ancient accounts, a rather fine time. If you weren't one of his children, that is. To most, it was the Golden Age, an era when the earth yielded its bounty freely. Seasons were gentle, and mortals, if they existed at all, didn't suffer from taxes, back pain, or unsolicited oracles. There were no wars, no crime, and best of all, no gods sniping at each other from hilltops. It was a time before law was needed because, so the myth claims, no one did wrong. One imagines it was a bit like an eternal Sunday afternoon, without the tea shortage. But under the surface of this peace was an anxiety, not of the world, but of its ruler. Kronos, Titan of time, king of all that existed, had a problem. He'd become his father. Now, to Kronos' credit, he had overthrown Uranus for the crimes of cruelty and repression. But as is often the case in myth and monarchy alike, the rebel becomes the tyrant as soon as the crown touches his brow. Kronos had heard a prophecy, not from some mountain-dwelling oracle or mysterious old crone with a tea kettle, but from his own wounded father, Uranus, who, in his post-castration wisdom and bitterness, muttered that one day a child of Kronos would rise up and overthrow him. This, it turns out, is the sort of thing that sticks in one's mind. And so, Kronos decided on what can only be described as a unique parenting technique, swallowing his children. Each time his wife and sister, because in myth those are often the same person, Rhea bore him a child, Kronos opened wide and gulped the baby down whole. No chewing, no remorse, just one big divine gulp. Like oysters, only more sentient. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, then Demeter, the future grain goddess, then Hera, queen-to-be of Olympus, followed by Hades and Poseidon, gods of the underworld and the sea, respectively. One by one each were swallowed and tucked away inside Kronos' belly. It's not entirely clear what accommodations existed within his divine digestive tract, but rest assured they were still alive. Rhea understandably grew weary of this arrangement. One can forgive her hesitation to complain outright. Kronos had, after all, just overthrown a tyrant father by sickle. But after the fifth divine devouring, even the most long-suffering Titaness would begin to draw the line. So, when she became pregnant for the sixth time, she sought help. Not from Kronos, obviously, and not from the local Titan HR department, but from Gaia, her own mother. Original Earth Mother, as always, had a plan. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea traveled in secret to the island of Crete, a land which, in myth, always seems to be the go-to destination for divine child hiding. There, in a cave atop Mount Ida, she gave birth to her final son, Zeus. To deceive Kronos, Rhea swaddled a stoning cloth, a convincingly baby-shaped bundle, and presented it to him as the newborn. Kronos, ever the efficient cannibal, swallowed it whole, no questions asked. Whether this says more about his parenting or his taste in minerals is unclear. Thus Zeus was hidden away, raised in secret in the Cretan cave, some say by nymphs, others by a goat named Amalthea, whose milk nourished him. The story varies depending on which poet you ask, but the essentials remain. The future king of the gods was nursed on wild honey, mountain air, and presumably a sense of destiny. To keep his cries hidden, a band of warriors known as the Carrots danced and clashed their shields, drowning out the infant's wails. It's a rare instance of interpretive dance being used as a military defense system. Meanwhile, back in the divine stomach, Kronos carried on, utterly unaware that his demise was, quite literally, brewing outside of him. Now let us take a brief detour. For while the Titans and their broods battled among themselves, it's worth noting what the Greeks believed about the broader world. The gods weren't remote beings in the sky. They were present, interwoven into the very fabric of nature and time. Trees whispered with dryads. Rivers flowed with naiads. Every breeze, every storm, every flicker of fire had divine presence. Time, as embodied by Kronos, wasn't just a ticking clock. He was time. His rule, therefore, represented not just power but inevitability. He could not be reasoned with or escaped, and so the idea that he would be overthrown by his own offspring reflected not merely the cyclical nature of power, but the deeper fear that even time itself must give way. Back on Crete, Zeus grew tall, strong, and, unlike his Titan kin, with a flair for the dramatic. When he reached maturity, he returned to challenge his father, but not with brute force alone. First, he employed cunning. Depending on the version of the myth you prefer, and the Greeks had several, Zeus enlisted the help of Metis, a goddess of wisdom, who gave Kronos an emetic potion. Not quite poetic justice, but close. Kronos, after drinking this divine ipecac, vomited up his children in reverse order. First came the stone, still wrapped in its baby blanket. Then Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, each emerging full-grown and presumably rather displeased about the whole ordeal. Now reunited, the 6 children of Kronos did not go quietly into exile or therapy. No, they declared war. A great, terrible, decade-long war, the Titanomachy, would now begin. But that's a tale for the next chapter. For the moment, we must pause and consider what this chapter of myth tells us. The swallowing of children, ghastly though it sounds, is an ancient metaphor. One that pops up in multiple cultures. In Mesopotamian myths, older gods are consumed or imprisoned by younger ones. In Vedic tales, gods are born, hidden, and returned in cycles. It all reflects the same truth. The younger generation is both a hope and a threat. Each new child represents the end of their parents' reign. Power, after all, is temporary, and no one knows this better than the gods. In the myth of Kronos, we also find the seeds of time itself being defined. His very name, Kronos, later becomes conflated with Chronos, the personification of time. They were likely originally separate figures, but myth, like rivers, tends to merge its tributaries. Kronos becomes time. And what does time do, if not consume all things? And yet, time also creates. From the belly of Kronos emerged the future gods of Olympus. Not dead, but preserved, waiting. Time devoured them, but also made their return inevitable. A rather elegant metaphor for cycles, rebirth, and revolutions, don't you think? One final note on that stone baby. According to later myths, Zeus placed the swaddled rock at Delphi, the sacred center of the world, as a marker. It became known as the omphalos or navel of the world, a sort of cosmic belly button, if you will. Pilgrims would journey to see it, a literal rock wrapped in myth, representing the moment the cosmos began to shift. So ends the brief, uneasy reign of Kronos as supreme ruler. He who tried to escape fate by devouring his children, only to be undone by one he never truly met. One could almost pity him if he weren't such a profoundly unpleasant father figure. Now the stage is set. The Titans on one side, ancient, vast, and rooted in the primal forces of the world. And on the other, the Olympians, younger, bolder, and very much in the mood to cause a bit of chaos. The battle between them will shake the very bones of the earth. Mountains will crumble, seas will boil, and the sky itself will tremble. But that, as always, is a story for another time. For now, we leave our young Zeus, triumphant in his first great act, standing at the edge of war, with lightning in his blood and rebellion in his heart. The old order has been challenged. The storm is coming, and Kronos, poor, unfortunate Kronos, is left to wonder how it all went so wrong. War had never come to the cosmos before. Until now, divine disputes were more in the realm of poetic drama than actual combat. Kronos overthrew Uranus in a single gruesome act. More surgery than skirmish. And the rest of the Titans merely nodded along, perhaps relieved to be free of a father who treated his children like unruly houseplants. But when Zeus freed his siblings from Kronos's divine digestive tract, something shifted. For the first time in history, such as it was, 2 generations of gods stood in opposition. And this was no family disagreement over who forgot to sacrifice properly at the winter solstice. This was war, capital W, the kind sung of by poets with blood in their throats and dust on their lyres. On one side stood the Titans, ancient, elemental, vast. They embodied the raw forces of the world, the endless ocean, the bright sun, the turning heavens. Powerful, yes, but also set in their ways. They were accustomed to being worshipped, or at the very least not interrupted. On the other side were the Olympians, younger, hungrier, and armed with a sense of destiny so potent it could curdle milk. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades led the charge, bolstered by their sisters Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and a growing band of divine allies. These were not primordial abstractions, but gods with personalities, ambitions, and the sort of confidence only found in immortals who'd never paid rent. The war is known as the Titanomachy, a word best pronounced with a stiff drink. It means Battle of the Titans, though that hardly captures the scale. This wasn't merely a squabble over succession. It was a seismic rupture in the fabric of creation. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed, the very heavens quaked. The battleground? Thessaly, according to tradition. Though given the scope of the conflict, one imagines it spilled well beyond the map. For 10 years the war raged. Neither side gained a clear advantage. The Titans fought from Mount Ophrys, a gloomy peak befitting their age and gravity. The Olympians, meanwhile, took Mount Olympus, smaller at the time, but destined to become the celestial penthouse suite. It was a standstill, a divine cold war turned hot. Lightning clashed against stone. Earthquakes thundered beneath the sea, and the skies rang with the clash of immortal arms. But the Titans, for all their strength, had a weakness. They lacked innovation. Their power was ancient but static. The Olympians, however, adapted. They were learning, evolving, and soon they would find the allies they needed to tip the balance. Enter Gaia, again, the primordial matriarch, always watching, always intervening at just the right moment. Perhaps she favored her grandson Zeus. Perhaps she merely enjoyed a bit of chaos now and then. Regardless, she revealed a crucial truth. The Titans could be defeated, but only if the Olympians enlisted those who had once been betrayed by Kronos. The Hecatonchires and the Cyclopes. You remember them, the 100-handed ones and the single-eyed smiths, exiled by Uranus, imprisoned by Kronos, and now languishing in the depths of Tartarus. Not exactly ideal allies, but desperate wars call for desperate resurrections. Zeus, never one to miss an opportunity, descended into the abyss. He fought his way past the guardian monsters and cracked open the prison doors. The Cyclopes, in gratitude, forged weapons for their liberators. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, and to Hades the helm of darkness, which rendered its wearer invisible and, if legend holds, quite smug. Armed with these new tools, and with 100 arms hurling boulders and trees like javelins, the Olympians turned the tide. Now imagine the battlefield, the air thick with divine energy, lightning bolts arcing across the sky like angry comets, massive rocks soaring through the heavens like bowling balls launched from catapults, trees uprooted, mountains gouged, and in the center, Zeus, no longer the hidden babe of Crete, but a storm god incarnate, flinging thunder as though it were a family sport. Kronos, to his credit, fought back with grim determination. He wielded the sickle that had unmade Uranus. The Titans, towering and terrible, rallied around him. Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, and the rest. But age was against them in every sense. This was not their world anymore. In the decisive battle, said to have lasted for days without pause, Zeus unleashed his full fury. The sky cracked open, Flames poured from the earth, and at last the Titans began to fall. Defeated, the male Titans were cast down into Tartarus, imprisoned behind adamantine gates, guarded by the newly freed Hecatonchires, who had apparently found their calling as celestial prison wardens. Kronos, their leader, was bound and banished into mythic obscurity. Later traditions would relocate him to the Isle of the Blessed, ruling peacefully over the dead, or even reframe him as a god of harvest and peace. A sort of divine retirement plan. The female Titans, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others were spared, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because Zeus had no quarrel with them. They were, after all, the bearers of lore, memory, and fate, concepts even the new gods dared not cross. One Titan, however, received a special punishment. Atlas. For his part in the rebellion, Zeus condemned him to hold up the heavens, not the earth as is often misrepresented by marble statues and gym logos, but the sky itself. Forever, a solitary figure at the edge of the world, muscles straining against the dome of heaven. No end, no relief, the original upper body workout. With the Titans vanquished, the age of the Olympians began. But power, as ever, comes with its burdens. Zeus, now king, divided the cosmos with his brothers. To himself he claimed the sky, to Poseidon the sea, and to Hades the underworld. Not hell, but a shadowy realm where the dead dwelt, attended by ghosts, dreams, and the occasional hero with a death wish. Earth, meanwhile, remained neutral territory, shared dominion, a realm of mortals, myths, and meddling. And with order restored, the gods took up residence on Mount Olympus. Not just a peak, but a palace. A place of cloud-wreathed halls, golden thrones, ambrosia feasts, and the sort of drama usually reserved for dynastic soap operas. Yet not all wounds were healed. Gaia, once again displeased, perhaps by the harsh punishment of her Titan sons, gave birth to a new challenger, Typhon. But that, as you might guess, is a tale for another chapter. Let us pause, then, and consider the meaning of this mythic war. The Titanomachy is not merely a tale of violence. It is a symbolic clash between old and new, between the static and the dynamic, between the timeless forces of nature and the personality-driven caprice of gods. The Titans represent order and inevitability, the sun rising, the ocean flowing, the stars spinning. The Olympians, on the other hand, represent change, passion, rebellion. Very human traits for immortal beings. In Greek thought, this war is the moment when the universe stopped being abstract and became personal. The Titans were powerful, yes, but they didn't interfere in the affairs of mortals. The Olympians would meddle, punish, reward, and fall in love with alarming regularity. They were, in short, gods made in man's image. And that made them both relatable and terrifying. Historically, the Titanomachy reflects ancient cultural shifts. Some scholars have seen it as an echo of the transition from older pre-Hellenic deities to the Olympian pantheon, a kind of religious rebranding. Others note similarities to Near Eastern myths, where younger gods overthrow primordial beings in messy cosmic coups. But the enduring appeal lies in its drama. The idea that even gods must struggle, that even the mightiest can fall, and that victory often comes not from brute force, but from strategy, unity, and a timely bit of vomit. It is also a reminder of the Greek genius for storytelling. They gave us gods who are flawed, noble, petty, and profound. gods who fight, laugh, weep, and seduce. And from the rubble of war, they built a cosmos not of abstract principles but of characters. And so, as the dust settles over Mount Othrys, as Tartarus echoes with the groans of fallen titans, and Olympus shines with the light of a new regime, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new world. But as the gods take their thrones, they inherit more than power. They inherit prophecy, pride, and the seeds of their own undoing. Because if history has taught us anything, and Greek myth is, if nothing else, a very dramatic history, it's that no reign is eternal, not even for the gods. The war was over. The Titans had fallen. Their great thunder had been silenced, and their once vast thrones crumbled beneath the weight of time and justice. Or what passed for justice when administered by gods with suspiciously personal vendettas. Zeus and his siblings now ruled. From their glittering perch atop Mount Olympus, they looked down upon a cosmos that was, if not entirely tidy, at least properly organized. Kronos had been cast into Tartarus. The Titan throne room on Mount Othrys lay in ruin. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, and the Hecatonchires, blessed their many hands, got steady employment as prison guards. A rare success story in divine rehabilitation. But if you think peace followed triumph, you've clearly never read a Greek myth. Zeus, now king of the gods, was not content merely to wear the crown and hold thunderbolts like a celestial javelin team captain. No, he faced a problem that has plagued every ruler from the Bronze Age to boardrooms. Legitimacy. It's one thing to win power, it's quite another to keep it. And somewhere beneath the triumphant roar of Olympus, an ancient whisper persisted. Prophecy. Gaia and Uranus, those primordial sages, had once warned Kronos that he would be overthrown by his child. That prophecy came true in spectacular stomach-churning fashion. But as fate, irony, and perhaps genetics would have it, Kronos' successor, Zeus, found himself the target of an eerily similar prediction, that he too would one day be overthrown by his own child. Now, Zeus, not being an idiot, took this very seriously. He had just staged an entire cosmic war to dethrone his father. The last thing he wanted was to go the way of Uranus and Kronos, dethroned, dismembered, or digested. So he did what many insecure tyrants have done before and since. He tried to preempt fate. This is where the myth takes an interesting turn. You see, Zeus had many consorts. Immortals, mortals, nymphs, the occasional shape-shifting cloud. His romantic curriculum vitae was extensive. But one goddess stood out, Métis. Métis wasn't merely lovely, she was clever. Her name literally means wisdom or cunning counsel. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, making her an Oceanid, and one of the original deities associated with practical intelligence. Métis didn't just know things, she understood them. A dangerous trait in a mate, if one happens to be haunted by prophecy. So, when Métis became pregnant with Zeus' child, his fears were confirmed by another oracle. The child she bore would one day surpass him. And to make matters worse, the child after that, Métis' second child, would be a son mighty enough to overthrow even the mighty storm god. Zeus did not take this news well. Naturally, he did what any rational, omnipotent being would do in this situation. He swallowed her. Yes, after tricking her with flattery and, we assume, some impressive dinner conversation, Zeus opened wide and consumed his pregnant lover whole. This, in the realm of mythology, is not considered the end of a relationship. If anything, it was the beginning of one of the strangest births in divine history. Now, this act of divine ingestion was not without precedent. Recall that Kronos once swallowed his own children in a misguided attempt at family planning. But where Kronos digested, Zeus assimilated. Métis didn't perish. She lived inside him, whispering, advising, plotting perhaps. And the child? Well, she didn't stop growing. Eventually, Zeus began to suffer. Headaches, to be specific. Not your ordinary stress-induced migraines, but blinding, splitting, cosmically excruciating pain, as if an idea were trying to claw its way out of his skull. Which, in a sense, it was. Desperate for relief, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, his smithing son, though in some versions it's Prometheus or even Hermes who holds the axe. Whichever assistant you prefer, the solution was gloriously simple and violently theatrical. They split Zeus' head open with a bronze axe. From the wound sprang Athena, fully grown, clad in armor, brandishing a spear and letting loose a triumphant battle cry that reportedly echoed across heaven and earth. It was, to put it mildly, a memorable entrance. Athena became one of the most revered deities of the Greek pantheon, goddess of wisdom, warfare of the strategic variety, crafts and city life. She was, in many ways, the ideal Olympian, born of power and wisdom, loyal to her father, and wholly uninterested in rebellion. She would never attempt to overthrow Zeus. In a neat bit of mythological doodle, the prophecy had been fulfilled and diffused. The child had emerged, but not as a threat. Still, the fear of usurpation remained embedded in Zeus' divine psyche. He had seen it happen twice before. Perhaps that's why he ruled with such flair. A mix of charm and tyranny, benevolence and thunderous wrath. He could be a protector of oaths and the punisher of perjurers, a lover of justice and a champion of questionable seductions. Now, while Zeus fretted about fate and fatherhood, the other Olympians were busy expanding their portfolios. Poseidon ruled the sea, but not without conflict. He jostled with other gods over dominion of coastal cities, Athens most famously, where he lost a divine talent contest to his niece Athena. His gift, a saltwater spring or a warhorse depending on the version, was outshone by Athena's olive tree. The Athenians' practical folk chose olives, and Athena got a city. Hades, meanwhile, withdrew to his gloomy kingdom. Despite being cast as the villain in later tales, he was perhaps the most dutiful of the trio. His realm was orderly, bound by law, and surprisingly clean. He rarely ventured out, though when he did, it caused no small amount of trouble, as we'll see with a certain daughter of Demeter. Demeter herself, goddess of agriculture, tended to the fertility of the earth. Hestia kept the hearth burning, and Hera, ever regal, became queen of the gods. Though married to Zeus, her tolerance for his extracurricular activities was limited. Her jealousies, while infamous, were not without reason. She was the goddess of marriage after all. It must have stung when her own was a soap opera. And so Olympus flourished in its dramatic, dysfunctional way. But even as the gods built palaces and shaped destinies, the world was not finished shifting. You see, Gaia again was not pleased. Her sons, the Titans, were still imprisoned. Tartarus groaned beneath their weight. And Gaia, who had borne Uranus, who had suckled the Titans, who had helped overthrow 2 generations of rulers, now stirred with fresh indignation. She gave birth to a new child, not a Titan, not a god, a monster. His name was Typhon. If the Titanomachy was a war of gods, what followed was something far more primal. Typhon was a being of chaos, born to unmake what Zeus had built. Towering serpentine, with 100 dragon heads, and a voice of many beasts. He was the very embodiment of fear and fury. But that is a tale for the next breath, the next thunderclap. For now, we leave Olympus in its uneasy peace, a mountain crowned with glory, yet haunted by prophecy, betrayal, and the distant rustling of wings. And in this fragile calm, one lesson persists. Power in Greek mythology is never inherited without cost. It must be seized, defended, and above all, outwitted. The gods are not static deities on high, but creatures of conflict and complexity. And though the Titans had fallen, their story was not quite done. Because even in defeat, the old powers whisper through the cracks of the world, waiting, as all fallen empires do, for a chance to rise. It begins, as so many grand tales do, with an uneasy peace and a gathering storm. Cronus, king of the Titans, ruler of time and devourer of his own offspring, had done everything in his power to preserve his reign. But fate, that most stubborn of forces, had other plans. And Zeus, the child he had so thoroughly attempted to avoid, was now a grown god, strong, clever, and not at all inclined to thank his father for the years his siblings had spent in the gastric dark. The Titanomachy, a word that really rolls off the tongue once you've practiced, was the great war between the elder gods, the Titans, and the young upstarts, the Olympians. It would span 10 years, shaking the foundations of the cosmos itself, and it would mark the end of one divine age and the beginning of another. Let's set the scene. After Zeus had tricked Cronus into vomiting up his siblings, a gruesome but oddly satisfying family reunion, the 6 children of Cronus and Rhea stood united. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Quite the divine ensemble, though at this point they were more scrappy revolutionaries than polished gods. Think less Westminster robes and more French resistance. Divine addition. Cronus, of course, was less than pleased to see his children hale, hearty, and not at all inclined to forgive him. But he wasn't alone. He summoned his Titan brothers and sisters, rallying them to his cause. After all, they'd ruled the cosmos since the defeat of Uranus, and the idea of handing over their power to these impudent young gods was simply undignified. On one side stood the Titans, led by Cronus and bolstered by powerful allies. Atlas, the general, Coas, the inquisitor, Iapetus, the bringer of mortality, and Oceanus, who wisely kept to himself and his rivers. Switzerland in the coming storm. Some Titanesses also remained neutral or distant, perhaps sensing which way the wind was blowing. On the other side were the Olympians who, let's be honest, were underdogs. Young, relatively inexperienced, and lacking the sheer primordial force of the Titans. But Zeus had something Cronus never could quite grasp. Strategy, allies, and a knack for turning chaos into advantage. He also had brothers who weren't above a bit of trickery, and sisters with the brains to match. Now, as myth would have it, the war wasn't fought with swords and shields in any conventional sense. Instead, it was an all-out metaphysical brawl. Mountains hurled like pebbles, thunderbolts cracking through the sky, earthquakes, storms, rivers torn from their beds. Imagine a cosmic version of a rock concert where each drumbeat causes tectonic plates to shift. Zeus, ever the new, he needed more than brute force. So he did what many generals throughout history have done. He broke into prison and recruited the roughest lot he could find. Deep in Tartarus, his grandfather Uranus had imprisoned the Cyclopes and Hecatonchirus, monstrous children of Gaia and Uranus, cast away for being rather aesthetically unpleasing. Now the Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths, weren't merely brute muscle. They were artisans, master craftsmen. It was they who forged Zeus' thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Rather generous, really, considering they'd spent eons in divine solitary confinement. The Hecatonchirus, meanwhile, were creatures with 50 heads and 100 arms each. Not ideal for fine motor tasks, but excellent for flinging boulders at enemy fortresses. With them on the front line, the tide began to turn. It's worth noting that the Olympians' tactic here, recruiting the marginalized and weaponizing them, is not unlike many human revolutions throughout history. The French Revolution, the Haitian Rebellion, even bits of the Bolshevik rise echo this mythic pattern. The excluded become the decisive factor. Myth reflects history, or perhaps vice versa. The war raged across the land of specifically the region around Mount Ophrys, the Titan's stronghold, and Mount Olympus, the base of the younger gods. You might picture Olympus as the divine penthouse suite, but at this stage it was more bunker than palace. The battlefield was not confined to the earth. The sky itself echoed with thunder. The seas boiled with Poseidon's wrath. The underworld trembled at Hades' command. And through it all, Gaia, the Earth Mother, groaned beneath the weight of divine rage. At times, Gaia herself seemed to rebel. Her children on both sides were tearing her apart. In later myths, she would birth Typhon in response to this agony, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Zeus proved to be a leader unlike Cronus. He delegated a skill many monarchs never master. He led assaults, rallied his siblings, and coordinated his allies. Poseidon split the seas to strike at Titan strongholds. Hades used his helmet to infiltrate enemy lines, causing chaos and confusion. Hera and Demeter served as logisticians and strategists, keeping the Olympian effort organized and sustained. It wasn't just brawn. It was brains. And slowly the Titans began to falter. The moment of decisive shift came when the Centimanes hurled 1,000 boulders in a single barrage, smashing through the defenses of Mount Ophrys. The sheer magnitude of destruction was mythologized as the breaking of the sky. Cronus, for all his cunning and power, realized the end was near. His forces fractured. Some Titans fled. Others, like Iapetus and Creus, fought to the bitter end. But loyalty has limits, especially when your enemy has a thunderbolt and a 100-armed giant on his side. Cronus was captured. Atlas, who had led the Titan army, was singled out for special punishment. The Titans as a whole were banished to Tartarus, a deep pit beneath the underworld, darker and more dreadful than any human hell. There they would remain, guarded by the Centimanes. Poetic, really, given that the very beings they once imprisoned now stood guard over them. Zeus had triumphed, but his victory came not merely through strength. It was adaptability, persuasion, and a keen understanding of mythic momentum that crowned him king. Now, the Titanomachy isn't just a mythic civil war. It's a pattern, a symbolic tale of generational overthrow. You'll find echoes of it in Norse mythology, with the Vanir and Aesir. In Babylonian myths, where Marduk rises against Tiamat. Even in Shakespeare's plays, we hear the same tension. Old orders versus new ideas. In Hesiod's Theogony, this war is not only the climax of a cosmic soap opera. It is a meditation on the inevitability of change. The Titans represent the raw, untamed power of nature. Primordial, ancient, and unconcerned with mortal affairs. The Olympians, by contrast, embody a more structured cosmos. They have temples, they have priests, they have rules, sometimes bent, often broken, but they're nonetheless. Historically, some scholars suggest the Titanomachy may reflect real cultural shifts, perhaps the arrival of new Indo-European religious systems, supplanting older, pre-Hellenic earth goddess traditions. Others read it as pure allegory. Time devours its children, but wisdom, Zeus, prevails. Whichever lens one peers through, the story endures because it is so utterly human. Fathers and sons, rebellion and rule, fear of obsolescence and the audacity of youth. With the Titans defeated and imprisoned, the cosmos stood at a crossroads. For the first time, the universe wasn't ruled by abstract personifications of nature, but by gods with personalities, flaws, families, and, if we're honest, rather more drama than might be strictly necessary. Zeus and his brothers divided the world between them. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, always the short straw, was given the underworld. The earth was shared, though Zeus, being Zeus, tended to treat shared as a suggestion. And so the Olympian age began. But peace, as we'll see, never lasts long in myth. Not when gods are involved. Still, for now, the thunder quieted. The earth stopped shaking. And somewhere in the vast gloom of Tartarus, Cronus brooded in silence, defeated by his own prophecy and his own son. History, myth, and family dinners, it seems, all share the same lesson. Never underestimate the children. With the Titans hurled into the shadowy depths of Tartarus, their mighty limbs bound in chains, forged by the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchirus, watching over them like the world's most enthusiastic prison guards, the Olympians might have been forgiven for expecting a well-earned rest. After all, a 10-year divine war tends to take the spark out of anyone. But this, dear listener, is mythology. And if there's one lesson to take from it, it's that peace is never more than a brief pause before the next calamity. Zeus now ruled from Mount Olympus, a lofty perch indeed, and began to lay the groundwork for the cosmos as we've come to understand it. Ordered, hierarchical, slightly theatrical. With his brothers Poseidon and Hades, he divided the realms. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, with the weary acceptance of a younger sibling denied first pick, took the underworld. The earth, that ever-suffering neutral ground, remained shared, though one suspects Zeus took the lion's share when no one was looking. But ruling a world is one thing. Maintaining order among gods, who possess not only egos the size of mountains, but also the capacity to level said mountains with a glance, that's quite another. The Olympians, you see, were a fractious bunch, full of rivalries, grudges, and deeply dramatic love lives. If the Titans had been raw forces of nature, the Olympians were very much soap opera stars with divine powers. Petty, powerful, and often spectacularly self-involved. Still, for a time, Zeus managed to keep things together. The cosmos settled into its new structure. Mortals began to populate the earth in greater numbers, though their place in the story was still somewhat peripheral. Pawns, really, in the feuds and flirtations of the gods. These early humans, barely more than upright shadows in Hesiod's vision, looked up to the gods with awe and fear, and occasionally served as collateral damage in divine disagreements. But there was someone who was not content with the new order. Someone ancient, rooted deep in the very bones of the world. Someone with a rather personal grudge against both Titans and Olympians alike. Her name was Gaia. Gaia, the earth herself, mother of the Titans, grandmother of the Olympians, and the one who had once urged Cronus to rebel against Uranus, found herself watching the same cycle play out again. And this time she was not impressed. Cronus had become just as tyrannical as Uranus. Zeus had overthrown him in much the same way. And now Zeus, for all his charm and thunderbolts, was following the same path, becoming the very thing he had fought to replace. One could almost hear her sigh through the rustling leaves. So Gaia, ever fertile in both body and vengeance, decided the new gods needed a reminder that even the mighty must bow before the truly ancient. And so she gave birth, again, not to a brood of gods or nymphs or pleasant earth spirits, but to a monster. Not just any monster, mind you. This was Typhon. If the Titans were the mountains of the world, Typhon was the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, the hurricane. He was said to be taller than the tallest peak, with 100 serpentine heads that hissed and screamed in every known language, and a few best left untranslated. His eyes shot flames, his voice could shatter mountains, and from his waist down he was a mass of coiling vipers. In other words, he was not someone you'd invite to dinner, unless the meal involved panic and the collapse of civilization. Now Typhon wasn't alone. Alongside him was Echidna, his mate, half woman, half snake. And together, they would spawn some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, the chimera with her lion-goat-serpent triad, the multi-headed hydra of Lerna, and the cunning sphinx. This delightful family portrait of monstrosities would terrorize mortals and heroes for generations to come. One might say they were the mythological version of the in-laws no one wanted. But before any of those nightmares arrived, Typhon himself marched straight toward Olympus, leaving scorched earth and terrified gods in his wake. The Olympians, for all their power, had never seen anything like him. Some fled, others stood their ground briefly before realizing that thunderbolts were doing very little to a creature who could shrug off mountains. According to some versions, the gods actually transformed themselves into animals and ran for Egypt, giving rise, perhaps, to some of the animal-headed deities in Egyptian myth. Nothing like a bit of cross-cultural borrowing under divine duress. Zeus, however, was not so easily cowed. Or so he claimed later, conveniently glossing over the bit where he, too, may have briefly transformed into a ram. In the climactic clash, Zeus took to the skies with thunder and storm at his back. Typhon met him with fire and wind and 100 angry voices. The battle raged across the world. Mountains were ripped from their roots, rivers boiled away, and the sky itself cracked with the fury of their struggle. It was chaos not seen since the earliest days of creation. And for a moment, it looked as though the new order might fall before it had truly begun. But at first, things did not go well for the king of the gods. Typhon, in a feat of mythic audacity, managed to seize Zeus and tear out his sinews, yes, the literal strings that made Zeus function, and hide them away in a cave. Without his strength, Zeus was powerless. It was only thanks to the cunning of Hermes, who retrieved the sinews in a daring heist more worthy of a Bond film than a Bronze Age hymn, that Zeus was restored. And then came the reckoning. With renewed strength and fury, Zeus unleashed the full force of the heavens upon Typhon. He struck him down with lightning upon lightning, until the beast crashed into the earth. And where did he fall? Beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, a volcano that, to this day, occasionally belches smoke and flame. According to the Greeks, that's Typhon stirring restlessly in his prison. Every eruption a reminder that chaos can never be fully extinguished, merely buried. With Typhon defeated, Gaia's rebellion was quashed, and the Olympian order was once again restored. But it hadn't been without a cost. The gods had learned a lesson, if only briefly, that power, no matter how supreme, must be earned and defended. That the world itself, Gaia, could not be taken for granted. And that the old forces, those born before lore and language and lightning, would always be there, in the shadows, waiting. It is tempting to see Typhon as merely a monster, the big bad. But like many figures in Greek mythology, he is more than he appears. He represents chaos, yes, but also resistance. He is the voice of the earth itself, roaring back at its rulers. He is the fear that no matter how much you build, it can all come undone. That beneath civilization the wild always waits. Historically, the tale of Typhon may reflect older myths of primeval chaos monsters, like Tiamat in Babylon, or Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition. Many ancient cultures had stories in which a storm god battled a sea or serpent monster, symbolic of the battle between order and chaos, culture and nature. Zeus versus Typhon is the Greek version of that universal motif. It also likely mirrors historical anxieties. Volcanoes like Etna and Vesuvius were unpredictable, terrifying forces. And giving them a face, a name, a story, was a way for ancient people to understand the incomprehensible. Myth, after all, was never just about entertainment. It was how people made sense of the world, in all its beauty and brutality. There is something beautifully human in these stories. We all fear the collapse of the world we know. We all fear that the monsters we think we've buried might rise again. And we all hope that in our darkest moments, someone perhaps wearing a winged hat and carrying a lyre might sneak in, restore what we have lost, and give us the strength to fight once more. With Typhon defeated and the Olympians reigning unchallenged, the world entered what might be called a golden age. Though, as we'll see, gold tarnishes rather quickly in the hands of immortals. For now, however, Zeus ruled unopposed. His brothers kept their realms. The earth was relatively calm. The gods, ever capricious, turned their attention to the affairs of mortals. And deep beneath the surface, in caves and craters and coiled roots, the remnants of the old world waited, silent but never entirely gone. Because in myth, as in life, nothing stays buried forever. With Typhon imprisoned beneath Mount Etna and the Olympians perched triumphantly on their celestial thrones, one might think the cosmos had finally found its rhythm, a sort of divine jazz ensemble, if you will, with Zeus conducting from the heavens, Poseidon thundering below the waves, and Hades humming ominously in the underworld. Peace, however, is not the natural state of the gods. It is merely a pause between scandals. In this post-Typhon era, the world entered what Greek poets like to call the Golden Age, a time when mortals lived free of toil, pain, or taxes, which is probably why it's considered mythical. Food grew without planting. The weather was eternally pleasant, and the gods, for the most part, kept to their divine affairs. But, as we should have come to expect by now, the seeds of future disaster were already germinating. And this time those seeds bore the name Prometheus. Ah yes, Prometheus, the clever Titan, the firebringer, the eternal meddler in divine affairs. While his brethren had been hurled into Tartarus or otherwise defeated, Prometheus had played his hand with remarkable shrewdness during the Titanomachy. He had sided with Zeus. Well, technically, he'd sided with whomever he thought would win, which turned out to be Zeus. And for a while, that earned him a seat at Olympus' proverbial table. Prometheus, whose name fittingly means forethought, was not your typical Titan. Where others were brute strength or natural force, Prometheus was intellect. Fire, invention, craft, cunning. If the Olympians were showmen, Prometheus was the backstage crew, making sure the lights didn't fall from the rafters. Now, according to Hesiod and other ancient sources, Prometheus grew fond of mortals. Perhaps too fond. In some tellings, he even created them, fashioning humans out of clay and Athena breathing life into them. Whether sculptor or savior, Prometheus saw humanity as a project worth investing in. A bold choice, considering what we've become. But Zeus had a different vision. To him, humans were pawns, amusing at best, expendable at worst. He was determined to keep them dependent, obedient, and above all, ignorant of divine secrets. Chief among these was fire, that crackling, golden essence of civilization. Fire meant cooking, forging, building. In other words, progress. And progress, Zeus feared, might one day lead to disobedience. So, naturally, Prometheus stole it. Not subtly, mind you. He snuck into Olympus, lit a fennel stalk from the sacred flame, and carried it down to humankind like a rebellious torchbearer at the most subversive Olympic ceremony in history. With that single act, humanity leapt from ignorance into innovation. Fires lit the night, metal took shape under hammers, and roasted meat replaced the eternal chewing of raw roots. Civilization, in short, began to flicker to life. And Zeus? Zeus was livid. He could forgive many things: rebellion, arrogance, even the occasional indiscretion with a mortal, but not defiance. Not when it made him look foolish, so he devised a punishment both eternal and excruciating. Prometheus was chained to a rock. Some say in the Caucasus, others on a desolate peak, where even goats feared to tread. And each day, an eagle, sacred to Zeus, would descend and peck out his liver. And each night the liver would regrow, and the torment began anew. Now, to ancient Greeks, the liver was the seat of emotion and vitality, not the heart, as we might think today. So this wasn't just physical torment, it was the unraveling of his very essence, renewed daily. A bit excessive, perhaps. But then again, moderation was never Zeus's strong suit. Yet Prometheus wasn't the only one to suffer for his philanthropy. Humanity, freshly warmed and empowered, also found itself the target of divine retribution. Zeus, with all the theatrical flair of a deity scorned, commissioned a punishment, with his usual flair for poetic irony. He created woman. Enter Pandora. Now, before we all leap to modern outrage, it's worth noting that the Greeks, particularly Hesiod, had a very mixed view of Pandora. She was beautiful, beguiling, and crafted by the hands of all the gods, hence her name, all-gifted. She was given charm by Aphrodite, music by Apollo, curiosity by Hermes, and patience. Well, not so much. She arrived bearing a jar, not a box, despite what centuries of mistranslation have led us to believe. A great sealed jar, brimming with evils yet unseen by mankind. Pain, famine, jealousy, disease, taxes, a gain, and all the subtle miseries of human life. And, of course, curiosity, that irrepressible itch to know what should remain unknown. Predictably, Pandora opened it. Out flew suffering in all its forms, scattering across the earth like spilled ink over a blank scroll. By the time she slammed the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. A strange thing, really, to trap hope among the evils. Was it a comfort left behind, or the cruelest illusion of all? The Greeks weren't entirely sure, and perhaps that ambiguity was the point. Thus, humanity, now armed with fire, but cursed with mortality and misery, began its long and winding march through history. Prometheus, watching from his rocky perch, must have wondered if it had all been worth it. The gods, meanwhile, resumed their celestial antics. Still, Prometheus's story didn't end in chains. In time, a new hero would rise, Heracles, and it would be he who, passing through the mountains during one of his 12 labors, spotted the bound Titan and, moved by something resembling pity, slew the eagle and shattered his bonds. Zeus, by then more mellow or distracted, allowed it. Perhaps he even admired the audacity of a mortal defying him, though he'd never say so aloud. Prometheus's tale is often read as a mythological blueprint for the human condition. Intelligence versus authority, progress versus punishment, and the eternal price of defiance. The fire he stole represents not just literal flame, but metaphorical enlightenment, science, art, reason, imagination. He is the first rebel, the first scientist, the first martyr for the cause of humanity. And, perhaps the Greeks saw in Prometheus something of themselves. A people whose philosophers questioned the heavens, whose engineers bent nature to their will, and whose playwrights dared to probe the flaws of gods. In Prometheus, they found a figure both heroic and tragic, a reminder that progress always comes at a cost, and that defiance, though noble, rarely goes unpunished. Historically, some scholars have argued that Prometheus may be older than even the Olympians themselves. Elements of his tale echo Mesopotamian and Indo-European myths. The fire thief, the culture bringer, the god who aids mortals against the will of his peers. His punishment bears striking similarity to other chained rebels like the Norse Loki or even the biblical Satan, whose overreach is met with cosmic incarceration. But unlike those darker figures, Prometheus is rarely seen as evil. He is a complex hero, proud, clever, stubborn, and self-sacrificing. He challenges the gods not for his own gain, but to uplift others. And in that, he becomes a symbol of something profoundly human. The refusal to accept imposed limits. The belief that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded. That even the thunderbolt of Zeus can be defied, if only for a moment. It's little wonder, then, that later thinkers, from the Romantic poets to modern philosophers, embraced Prometheus as a symbol of rebellion and creativity. Percy Shelley cast him as a noble sufferer, while Karl Marx saw in him the prototype of the revolutionary. Even Mary Shelley, when penning her tale of scientific hubris, titled it Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, a nod to the enduring tension between creator, creation, and consequence. And so, in this interlude between divine wars and heroic sagas, we glimpse a quieter but no less potent drama, the birth of civilization, not through divine favor, but through theft, not by permission but by rebellion, and the understanding that with every leap forward comes a lash of the whip behind. As the Olympians reclined upon their thrones, watching mortals build fires and temples and philosophies, perhaps they sensed that their time, though long, would not be eternal. For the gift of fire is the seed of questioning. And once you ask why, even a god must eventually answer. The story of the Titans is not just one of giants and storms and the clash of divine armies. It is also the story of these who come after, the thinkers, the rebels, the flame-bearers. And in Prometheus we find the bridge between the age of monsters and the age of men. A Titan, yes, but perhaps the most human of them all. With Prometheus chained, and humanity stumbling into a world aflame with both knowledge and suffering, the cosmos seemed, for a fleeting moment, to be at rest. The Titans were mostly imprisoned, the gods firmly entrenched in power, and mankind busy roasting its first goat over a sacred flame. But rest, in myth, is merely the inhalation before the next divine catastrophe. And Olympus, as always, was teetering on the edge of drama. Let us now pivot from the divine rebellion of Titans to the creeping instability that would later plague the reign of the Olympians themselves. The Titans may have been overthrown, but their legacy, like a good curse, was not so easily dismissed. Their children, those liminal beings born of the old order but destined to live under the new, found themselves in a particularly awkward position. Neither wholly defeated nor entirely embraced, they haunted the edges of myth like shadows at a feast. Take, for example, the Centimanes. These were the 100-handed, 50-headed siblings of the Titans, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, monstrous by modern standards, though to the ancient Greeks they were simply robust. Imprisoned in Tartarus by Uranus, and later freed by Zeus to help win the Titanomachy, they were handsomely rewarded by being sent straight back into the shadows, assigned to guard the gates of Tartarus. Imagine winning a war and being rewarded with eternal security duty at the universe's most miserable prison. One does wonder if they ever considered a union. Then there were the Cyclopes, thunderbolt forgers, one-eyed craftsmen of divine artillery. Also liberated during the Great War, they gifted Zeus his famous lightning, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his invisibility helm. A helmet that, funnily enough, saw very little use after the war. It seems Hades preferred brooding in full view. The Cyclopes, for their trouble, were also sent back to the forge, pounding away in volcanic caverns like Hephaestus on espresso. Their fate? To be footnotes in the story they helped win. But the true undercurrent of tension came not from the sidelines, but from the next generation, the children of Zeus and his siblings. Now, the Olympians had only just claimed their thrones. One might think they'd hold off on producing a new crop of divine drama. But no. Zeus, as prolific as he was powerful, began populating the cosmos with alarming speed. One assumes he kept a celestial diary just to track his conquests, mortal and immortal alike. From his many unions came a constellation of powerful figures. Athena sprung fully formed from his forehead after he swallowed her pregnant mother, Métis, because nothing says parenting like cranial birth. Apollo and Artemis, twin children of Leto, were born after a harrowing pursuit, in which their mother was denied rest by a jealous Hera. And then there was Dionysus, born of a mortal woman, torn from her ashes and sewn into Zeus's thigh, a rather creative alternative to child care leave. Each of these offspring bore immense power, and with that power came something the Olympians dreaded above all: unpredictability. Athena, wise and warlike, challenged male authority without ever marrying. Apollo, radiant god of music and plague, brought both beauty and terror. Dionysus, with his wine and ecstasy, blurred every line imaginable: gender, sanity, mortality. These were not minor deities. They were forces of nature with bloodlines that tied back to both Olympus and the Titans. And let us not forget Hecate, a fascinating figure, often passed over in popular retellings. A Titaness by birth, yet honored by Zeus, she was granted dominion over magic, crossroads, and ghosts. She moved through the world like smoke, appearing at night with her torches, straddling the boundary between old and new. Some say she remained loyal to neither side, and perhaps that's why she endured. She played the long game, but all this divine breeding had consequences. You see, when gods mingle with mortals, their children tend to be problematic. Not in the refuse to do their chores sense, but in the accidentally start wars, kill monsters, and spark genocide sense. The age of heroes was beginning to shimmer faintly on the horizon, and with it, the last flicker of Titan influence. For the world was beginning to shift again, away from the gods and towards something else entirely: fate. The Greeks believed in a cosmic cosmology where power ebbed and flowed like tide. No one held absolute authority forever, not Uranus, not Kronos, and not Zeus. And what lingered behind every myth, like a looming shadow at the feast, was the whisper that Zeus too would fall. Prophecies abounded. Just as Kronos had overthrown Uranus, and Zeus had overthrown Kronos, so too would Zeus be overthrown by his own son. A divine game of patricidal dominoes. Naturally, Zeus grew paranoid. He swallowed Métis, the goddess of cunning, to prevent her from bearing a son. He punished dissenters with lightning. He tightened his grip, which, historically speaking, is the first sign of impending collapse. Yet the collapse didn't come. At least not all at once. Instead, we began to see the cracks in the Olympian regime not through war, but through mythological contradictions. Mortals began to question. Philosophers rose. The gods, once terrifying and remote, became flawed, comic, even ridiculous. Dionysus, for instance, challenged Apollo in Delphi. Mortals questioned the will of the oracle. Heroes like Heracles, born of both divine and mortal blood, committed acts of both supreme valor and terrifying violence. They did not obey the gods, they negotiated with them, sometimes even tricked them. Heracles, remember, was the one who freed Prometheus, an act that subtly undermined Zeus' authority without triggering full-blown rebellion. In Heracles, we see something new, a figure who stands between the age of Titans and the rise of men. He is not a Titan nor a god in the traditional sense, but something in between, a bridge. And he is not alone. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus, they all emerge in this liminal space, echoing the chaotic energy of the old world, but redirecting it toward mortal ends. And it is here that myth and history begin to blur. The Greeks, as their civilization matured, began to mythologize their own past. Cities claimed descent from gods. Families traced lineages to heroes. The Titans, once vast cosmic entities, became symbols, metaphors for disorder, for chaos, for the ancient powers that had to be tamed before the polis, the city-state, could rise. And the gods themselves were domesticated. They gained temples, rituals, and priests. They were still powerful, yes, but bound by decorum, by narrative, by the very mortals who once trembled before them. This, perhaps, is the final insult to the Titans. Not their defeat, but their absorption. Kronos was not only imprisoned, he was reimagined. In some Hellenistic sects, he became a god of peace, even of agriculture. The devourer became the father of time, Kronos, a different spelling, but similar enough to Theos over the centuries. And Gaia, once a primordial mother, was reduced to little more than symbolic soil beneath our feet. Even the war, the mighty Titanomachy, became a cautionary tale, retold by poets to remind listeners of the price of rebellion, and by politicians to justify their own divine authority. Myth, you see, is never static. It evolves, it adapts, it serves whoever speaks it loudest. And yet the Titans endure, not on Olympus, nor in statues, nor in temples, but deeper, in the subconscious, in the primal forces that still quake beneath our feet and churn within our oceans, in the fury of a storm that no god can command, in the impulse to rebel, to question, to light a fire even when the world demands obedience. They are not gone. Not really. You cannot banish what you are made of. For we are all, in some distant sense, children of the Titans, born of chaos, tempered by fire, reaching forever upward toward the divine. Not to serve it, but to understand it, even to challenge it. And as the age of heroes draws near, as mankind begins to tell its own story, the Titans slip into myth. Not defeated, but transformed. Not lost, but waiting. Waiting in Tartarus. Waiting in memory. Waiting in us. As the dust of divine rebellion settled, and Olympus gleamed in its post-war splendor, a quiet shift began to take place. Not among the gods, but in the realm below. The age of Titans was over, yes. The age of the Olympians had begun in earnest. But now the torch was passing. Not upwards, as it had from Gaia to Uranus, from Uranus to Kronos, from Kronos to Zeus, but downwards to the strange, fallible, fascinating creatures known as mortals. Welcome, then, to the heroic age. The age in which Titan blood still flickered in vain Olympian caprice ruled from above, and humankind found itself cast into the starring role of the cosmic drama. It was a time of monsters and riddles, of hubris and honor, and of very large men attempting very impossible things. It's worth noting that the Greeks didn't view the heroic age as a metaphor. To them, it was a golden era, sandwiched neatly between myth and memory. It preceded the fog of history, but followed the chaotic primeval stew of the gods. These weren't mere bedtime stories. These were origin tales. Political, familial, even moral. And the heroes within them were closer to living fossils than to fictional characters. And the first great hero, in many ways the archetype of them all, was Heracles or Hercules, if you prefer your heroes Roman and slightly more muscular. Born of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, Heracles was the walking proof that gods could not resist mortal women, nor could mortals resist getting swept up in divine entanglements. Poor Alcmene, by the way, was tricked into lying with Zeus after he disguised himself as her husband. Zeus, it must be said, would have made an outstanding actor, but a deeply troubling partner. Heracles entered the world not as a symbol of glory, but as a threat. Hera, Zeus's wife, was incandescent with jealousy, and she set about making the boy's life hell. As an infant, Heracles famously strangled 2 serpents in his cradle, sent by Hera to kill him. Most babies grapple with teething. Heracles wrestled with serpents. The tone was set. His life would be defined by suffering. Not necessarily because of his own actions, though the man was hardly a beacon of wisdom. No, Heracles suffered because of Hera, and because of the curse that haunted all demigods. The curse of being too much, too strong, too violent, too connected to gods who wanted nothing more than to control them. The 12 labors of Heracles, his punishment for murdering his wife and children in a fit of madness inflicted by Hera, are, in essence, a purification. He is sent to defeat beasts, capture monsters, and even go to the underworld itself. Each trial peels away the chaos of his Titan ancestry and the burden of divine expectation. He is, in a very Greek way, being civilized through suffering. But what's curious is how many of the creatures Heracles confronts are directly tied to the Titans. The Nemean lion, born of Orthrus, who was the offspring of Echidna and Typhon. And Typhon, you'll recall, was the last monstrous son of Gaia, born to challenge Zeus himself. The Hydra, another spawn of Echidna and Typhon. Cerberus, the 3-headed guard dog of Hades, wrestled by Heracles in his 12th labor, was of the same ghastly lineage. In essence, Heracles isn't just performing tasks. He's cleaning up the remnants of the Titan age, one beast at a time. But Heracles wasn't alone in this. The heroic age is a veritable parade of mighty mortals straining under the weight of legacy. Take Perseus, who beheaded Medusa, one of the 3 Gorgons, herself a twisted echo of ancient chthonic power, likely once worshipped before the Olympian pantheon shoved her into monstrous irrelevance. Or Theseus, who navigated the labyrinth to kill the Minotaur, a beast born of divine punishment and mortal pride, with echoes of older Minoan bull worship baked into its horns. Then there was Jason, leader of the Argonauts, whose quest for the Golden Fleece was more political than heroic. His tale reads like a very dangerous trade mission, tangled in family drama, betrayal, and a helpful sorceress named Medea, who, spoiler alert, doesn't take rejection well. All of these figures, larger than life and doomed to fall, share a common trait. They're liminal. They belong neither fully to the gods nor to mankind. They exist in a transitional space, much like the Titans did before them. And, while the Titans represented primal chaos and power unbound, these heroes represent something newer. Individual will in the face of divine indifference. The gods in these stories are petty, distracted, or even absent. Zeus, by this point, is less a thunder-wielding monarch and more of a spectral administrator. Hera is a grudge incarnate. Athena is wise, yes, but curiously inconsistent in her favor. And so the mortals begin to shine, not because they are perfect, but because they dare. Hubris, the Greeks warned, was the great sin. But it is also, paradoxically, the engine of the heroic age. To be a hero is to reach beyond your station. To say, I will slay this beast, or I will build this city, or I will sail past the edge of world. It is to challenge limits. And in every one of these myths, that challenge is tied, consciously or not, to the defeat of the Titan spirit. And yet, the Titans aren't gone. Not really. They echo in the backdrops, in the monsters, in the forgotten gods and the strange lands the heroes visit. Tartarus is still there, beneath everything, a dark counterpoint to Olympus. Atlas still holds up the sky, punished not merely for his rebellion, but for his very endurance. Prometheus remains chained, gnawed upon by vultures, until Heracles, that walking demolition project, finally releases him. Even Kronos, who has been banished to the outer realms of myth, occasionally reemerges in variant tales. In some Orphic traditions, he becomes a more neutral figure, associated with time. Kronos, a separate but often conflated being. And in others, he is restored in the golden age of peace that returns after Zeus' rule. A sort of celestial retirement plan. This is where myth and philosophy begin to merge. As the centuries pass and Greece moves into the classical age, thinkers like Hesiod, Plato, and later the Stoics begin reinterpreting the myths not as literal truths, but as allegories. The Titans become psychological forces. Kronos becomes time. Gaia becomes nature. Prometheus becomes the mind, clever, tragic, and rebellious. The heroic age, then, is a mirror held up to the human soul. A time in which mortal figures struggle not against monsters alone, but against destiny, family, and the gods themselves. It is the final echo of the Titanomachy, not in heaven but on earth. And it is ending, for as the myths evolve, they lose their immediate power. The age of oracles gives way to the age of philosophers. The hero, once a demigod, becomes a king, then a politician, then merely a man with ambition. The divine loses its teeth. The world is slowly becoming recognizable. Not entirely, of course. There's still magic, still gods meddling in the affairs of men. But the wildness is fading, and that, in some ways, is the final tragedy of the Titans. They were not just beings. They were forces of rupture, necessary, terrifying, sublime. Their war with the Olympians was not merely a struggle for power. It was the cosmos straining to contain contradiction, chaos and order, nature and reason, instinct and law. The heroes, knowingly or not, carried that contradiction forward. They tried to tame it, to conquer it, to live with it. Some succeeded. Most did not. But all of them, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Jason, and the rest, lived in the shadow of something much older, much wilder, and far less forgiving. And now that age is closing. The last of the great heroes will vanish into legend. The gods will become poetic symbols. The Titans, already forgotten by most, will be relegated to esoteric footnotes and ancient hymns. But before we bid them farewell, we must understand. Their story is not merely one of defeat. It is one of transformation, of how raw power becomes memory, of how myth becomes metaphor, and how, even buried in Tartarus, the Titans still shape the world above. Even now, when we speak of rebellion, of endurance, of reaching beyond what we are told is possible, we are speaking the language of Titans. And so we come to the end, or rather to the beginning of the end. For when telling the tale of the Titans, it is never quite clear where the final page should fall. They began before time as we know it, roared through the cosmos like fire in dry grass, and ended, as all empires must, buried under the weight of their own grandeur, and Zeus's lightning bolts. But endings, especially in mythology, are rarely full stops. They're ellipses, pauses in the storm, quiet breathings before the next surge. And though the Titans were defeated, exiled, and in some cases outright erased from memory, they have never quite left us. Not entirely, they endure in symbols, in stories, and sometimes quite sneakily in ourselves. The Greeks, of course, were never content to even leave their ancient myths untouched. Over time, the stories of the Titans were retold, repurposed, and reinterpreted. By the Hellenistic period, they had become more than rebellious deities. They were metaphors for vast impersonal forces. Cronus, once a devouring patriarch, became time itself, unyielding, cyclical, indifferent. Gaia, the nurturing Earth Mother, came to represent the natural world, both bountiful and brutal. Oceanus flowed not merely as a titan, but as the unending current of reality. In this metamorphosis, the Titans shifted from the realm of religion into that of philosophy. Thinkers like Plato and later the Stoics began plumbing the myths for allegory. The Titanomachy was no longer a simple clash of gods, but a psychological or moral struggle. Reason versus chaos, civilization versus impulse, logos against eros. Rather sophisticated, really, for a tale that started with a god castrating his father with a sickle made by his mum. And what of Prometheus? That most defiant of titans refused to be forgotten. He became, over the centuries, a patron saint of rebels, thinkers, and fools who dared too much. To the Romantics, he was the ultimate symbol of enlightenment, punished not for evil, but for giving knowledge to mankind. Byron, Shelley, Goethe, all found in Prometheus a kindred spirit. He who stole fire from the gods and suffered for it was, in a sense, the first scientist, the first revolutionary, the first tragic hero. But the Titans are not confined to dusty scrolls and poetic musings. They've wormed their way into the modern world in ways both subtle and profound. Consider the language. When we say something is titanic, we mean vast, powerful, unstoppable. Not merely large. Large with consequences. The name Titan has been affixed to ships, rockets, sports teams, and even Silicon Valley tech platforms, all proclaiming their ambition to reshape the world. Though one suspects Cronus might be slightly amused at a cloud computing service named after him. There's something inherently seductive about the Titans. They represent the raw, untamed potential that exists before order arrives. They are older than law, older than justice, older even than morality as we frame it. They are elemental: earth, sky, ocean, time, flame. Their quarrels were not political. They were cosmic. And in a world increasingly structured and bureaucratic, the idea of something ancient and wild, unchained and ferocious, still pulls at the corners of the imagination. This is why they keep returning. In literature, in film, in art, the Titans are everywhere if you know where to look. Consider the many shadow fathers of modern fiction, the domineering figures who give birth to new orders but cannot survive them. Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, for instance, or Darth Vader in Star Wars. Titans in all but name, creators of worlds undone by their own children. Or take the rise of the anti-hero, characters like Walter White or Tony Montana, who, like Prometheus, break the rules, steal fire, and burn for it. We don't always root for them, but we watch, spellbound, as they try to bend the world into their image, just as the Titans once did. Even the superhero genre, our modern mythology par excellence, owes a debt to the Titans. The X-Men, born of genetic mutation, feared by gods and mortals alike. Superman, raised among mortals, but burdened with divine strength. These characters straddle the same liminal space the Titans once did. Too powerful to be human, too flawed to be gods. And in the background, still the Titanomachy echoes. Every story of a younger generation overthrowing the old. Every tale of rebellion against cosmic authority. Every myth where the apprentice surpasses the master. It's all the same ancient rhythm, replayed with modern instruments. The Greeks understood this cyclical nature of power better than most. Their myths are laced with repetition. Uranus is overthrown by Cronus, who is overthrown by Zeus, who, if the Orphics are to be believed, may one day be overthrown in turn. The wheel turns. Each victory sows the seeds of its own destruction. Even the gods, in all their splendor, are not immune to fate. The concept of Moira, fate, stands above them all. Not even Zeus, mighty king of Olympus, can defy the destinies spun by the three Moirai, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The Titans may have lost, but they played their part in the great script. And the script, dear listener, is still being written. What's most fascinating is how these stories, born from a cluster of tribes in the mountains and coasts of Bronze Age Greece, have survived empire, conquest, religion, and modernity. They have outlived gods, kings, and continents. And they endure not because they are true in the literal sense, but because they are true in the human sense. We are all, in our own ways, Titan-blooded. We carry within us the fire of rebellion, the burden of memory, the urge to shape the world according to our will. Every time we break a rule for the sake of something better. Every time we defy authority in the name of justice. Every time we dream bigger than we are told we should. That, too, is a Titan's whisper in the ear. Of course, this is not without cost. Prometheus paid in agony. Atlas paid in weight. Cronus paid in isolation. To carry Titan fire is to risk being burned. But the Greeks never shied from tragedy. They embraced it. They believed that from suffering came understanding. From downfall came reflection. And so we reflect, not merely on the tale we've just told, the epic rise and fall of the Titans, from the yawning void of chaos to the dark prison of Tartarus, but on what it means, why these stories matter, why they continue to matter. Perhaps, in the end, it's because the Titans remind us that greatness is not born from perfection, but from conflict. From the storm, not the calm. From the tension between what is and what might be. They are the raw materials of myth, and therefore of civilization itself. In them we see not only gods and monsters, but the human heart writ large. Proud, flawed, courageous, vengeful, creative. And in their downfall we glimpse something very Greek. The knowledge that power must be tempered, that ambition must bow to balance, that even the mighty must yield. But oh, what a roar they made on their way down. And though Olympus gleams in the sunlight, though the temples to Zeus still stand in crumbling glory, though statues of Athena gaze sternly over modern cities, the Titans lie deeper still, beneath the marble, beneath the stories, beneath the psyche, waiting, not for revenge perhaps, that ship has sailed, but for remembrance. Because in remembering the Titans we remember ourselves, not as we are but as we once dared to be. Vast, terrible, brilliant, and yes, Titan,